Teach me the heart of God in a human hand. Character's the promise you make at midnight. Affection is the crack where the light gets in. All these broken pieces on the table between us turn to something holy when you call me friend. I see the image of the golden man in the way you love, in the way you stand. Not some halo, not some distant sky, just a quiet grace in your tired eyes. If I get lost, if I lose my plan.
Hello? I keep giving people the hello treatment. Hello?
The heart of God in a human hand. Every scar, a little stained glass window. Every failure folded into prayer. If heaven has a face, I know it looks a lot like mercy here. I see the image of the golden man in the way you love, in the way you stand. Not some halo, not some distant sky, just a quiet grace in your tired eyes. If I get lost, if I lose my plan, teach me the heart of God in a human hand. Teach me the heart of God in a human hand. You said wisdom is an old man's hands. Joy is a child in the pouring rain. Beauty is your mother humming in the kitchen.
Oh.
Peace is breathing through the ache and the strain. Knowledge is a question you still keep asking. Courage is a tremble as you take the step. Morals are the lines that you draw in the shadow. Virtue is what you guard when you got nothing left. I see the image of the golden man in the way you love, in the way you stand. Not some halo, not some distant sky, just a quiet grace in your tired eyes. If I get lost, if I lose my Teach me the heart of God in a human head. Character's a promise you make at midnight. Perfection is a crack where the light gets in. All these broken pieces on the table between us turn to something holy when you call me friend. I see the image of the golden man in the way you love, in the way you stand. Not some halo, not some distant sky, just a quiet grace in your tired eyes. If I get lost, if I lose my plan, teach me the heart of God in a human hand. Every scar, a little stained glass window. Every faith you folded into prayer. If heaven has a face, I know it looks a lot like mercy here. I see the image of the golden man in the way you love, in the way you stand. Not some halo, not some distant sky.
That's my day. I have no clue how to do that.
You just click your bio and it's on the bottom. I mean, I'm not on I'm on Club Deck and I don't have the new updates or anything like that, but I think you can still just look at the bottom of your bio if you scroll down. At least you can on Club Deck.
I remember like being intrigued by Davey when I first joined the app, but it was probably because, well, one, sorry Davey if I'm embarrassed you, but I do think you're handsome or cute or whatever. So I did notice that. But also I loved that it said Donald Trump blocked me on Twitter. And then when I found out he was like kind of like a tech person too, I was like, oh, he's cool.
He's a creative technologist. Please address him properly. Please address him properly.
What is this, an Irish bar? You guys doing ID here?
What's that?
I said, is this an Irish bar? You guys don't ID here?
Hey, bro, can you see when I came on? Because I can't.
Sure.
I think it might have been 2021 or 2022.
February 25th, 2021.
I don't have access either. Pro's like the only person with
Wait, where
God
does it
mode
show?
on.
Yeah, the dates you came on the app. January 30th, 2021, Zachary. Rachel, March 14th, 2021. What did I say? I was June 8th, 2021. You have Lord King, March 23rd, 2023, for one of his 5 or 6 profiles. So we got to, how far back do you go, Lord King?
To the, right after COVID? Or, I don't know. When was that? 2019? And December 2019, maybe? Maybe February of 2020?
Estimating when I said 4 or 5 profiles. I was just lowballing. Yeah, it's a while.
But I thought I came on in 2020, but I did get off the app for a while. So I don't know if I deleted it and came back. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's like me on Twitter. I had like thousands of people on Twitter, and now I don't even pay attention. I think I might have like 1,000 people I follow, or I don't even know. I'd have to look. I think it's in my thing. I can click it. Let's see.
So why do the biggest tools have all the karma? Have you noticed that? Like the cool people don't have a karma award?
1174 followers, 652 follow. Yeah, I barely use Twitter these days. Yeah, it's crazy. Like, I know you're not speaking about me. I know you must be speaking about Norm, right?
I'm just saying, just watch. If your room grows and more people come in with karma, you'll see. You'll be like, yeah, he's right.
I can't see it. I don't have the update, so I don't see any of this. But I can see the date you came on the app, though. But you know, when you're sitting lofty, real high in your status, you don't have to see.
I've literally had probably like 50 Clubhouse accounts.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's a plus.
Why not? Like, here I am right now. It's the same thing, but it's all because of politics, because of mass reporting.
Literally and figuratively with you.
Yeah, but here I am. Eating a fucking cantaloupe.
Well, if you had to score you, like knowing where, 20% I think is the lowest number you'll see. 0.01 is the highest. Why do you
have to out me? Why do you have to out me?
what do you think? Yeah, why did I out that 0.01? What do you think you should follow, Lord King? I'm curious.
I don't understand. How do you get the points? What is it for?
Well, what is your ranking? I can't see you.
I don't know. Let me see. Is there something
you
new?
don't know either?
Top
10%.
He's 10%. Pro, you're the highest in here. You're like 0.1 or 0.2. I'm 20%. So
Top 0.2%. Oh, wow.
But I thought because Lord King was talking about it, he knew what I was talking about.
No, I hadn't figured all this out yet. I just glimpsed at it recently.
But you can see your score, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And what are you again? Sorry.
Top 10%?
Okay. But what would you think you should rank?
I don't know. I've given up on the app. I'm just here because I'm eating a cantaloupe.
Right.
But I am live streaming multiple rooms right now to YouTube since noon. We are 11 hours into a live stream. Because I've reconfigured my house. I now have 4 recording studios of YouTube with Anon live streaming and getting thousands and thousands of views. And after this election is over, I'm going to rebrand it.
I think I have a kryptonite for you. So if I start playing copyrighted music right now while you're in my room,
it won't affect. No.
Well, you'll get a copyright strike.
No, because I can turn the volume down. I'm here right now.
Nice hack.
Yeah, you show up, and you can't get hacked. Part of life is just showing up.
I'll have to put my mind to this for like 28 seconds and come up with a way to crush you. Let me think about this. Well, there's report your page. There's always that. There's what else can give you copyright strikes?
What a waste of time.
I could put pictures, I suppose. But no, that probably wouldn't. I don't think you need to chairs to get pictures all the time. And this app isn't that good for it.
Music is the way to go. You're pro lyrical and you don't even know music is the secret key activator?
Well, that's what I said. You came up with a workaround. Some dude agape. We're just kind of winding down, I did actually make a new song tonight.
Nice.
Well, I made a verse. Lord King knows I made a verse. I made a verse. I was in the gym, and then I had a verse from yesterday. And what I didn't realize is the verse that I was making with no music, I was just writing the rhyme as I was walking to the gym, went exactly to the right tempo of the verse that I did. So I did the first verse the other day, and then sure enough, it was the same tempo and vibe. So maybe I subliminally had the beat in my head. That's pretty wild because I haven't written an acapella rhyme in a while. And it actually sounds like it could be a theme song, Rachel. I'm doing a terrible singing chorus where I'm going, made it out. So made it out, which is pretty funny. Sounds like a cult song. And I said, y'all weren't down until I made it out. But it really wasn't working. I was like, y'all ain't down till I made it out. And I didn't have anything for the hook, so that's what I started saying. So here it is. It's a little cheesy mix here, but
That's right. Jolly down till the fading out. That's nice. Jolly down till the fading out. Jolly down. J. Johnson. Till the fading out. There to Boston.
Let's roll lyrics, though.
That's nice. That's right. That's nice. Everything I do, you know I do it Massachusettsly. Fill these loose leaves up. All these.
I don't know. Is that him or is that copyright? I can't tell. I wish I had some cheese.
Okay, I believe there is no bloop bloop. So I'm an atheist when it comes to bloop bloop.
Say that word again. I believe.
Yeah, let's just say, well, okay. I said bloop, but
No,
but I'll
I'm
just
saying you said I believe. That's.
yeah. So okay, let's do it like this. Somebody saying there is no God. Okay, that is historically what atheism has meant. That when it is a belief. They're saying they believe that there is no God, and that gives them the burden of proof, or a burden. They have to demonstrate why it is that they believe that there is no God. But what atheists have done today, the modern day atheists, they want to claim the banner of atheism. But then when you press them and say, okay, show me how there is no God, they'll say this oftentimes. They'll say, I'm not saying that there's no God. I'm saying that I am not convinced that there is a God. And so I don't have a burden of proof. You do. So they get to sit back and claim to be atheist, but they don't have a burden to defend the position because they're saying they withhold belief in God. They're not saying that there is no God. They're saying they withhold belief. So it's a new definition of atheism.
Andrew,
And yeah,
what is your definition of what those people? Would you ask them?
I would call them agnostics.
Right.
I would call them
That's
agnostics.
all it is. That's really all it is.
It is, but what they want to do.
We don't have to put lipstick on a pig. That's what it is.
Right, but what they want to do, I mean, it's okay for words to change usages, but what they're trying to do is they're trying to get the boldness of the old usage, but when you press them, then they fall back on agnosticism,
Like I said earlier,
but still call it
artificial intelligence. That's up to them.
Yeah.
But I won't push it, especially when you're running on Republican policies that don't line up with mine. That's retired Marine John King. Like I said earlier, folks.
I wanted to make a movie for Ted Bundy. Do you think you could get the role?
Maybe.
Yo, I'm looking I just look back at my phone and I'm like, yo. I actually, to be honest, the reason I'm asking, I knew somebody that was related to him. You got family in Michigan?
I don't. I don't think
All right, man. You got the Ted Bundy chin and everything, man.
Wow, was he liked by a lot of people?
Yeah, he was actually. Ted Bundy had a lot of white women sending him fan mail. You know what I'm saying? Are you popular with the ladies? The white ladies, I mean.
As a Bundy, as a Bundy, we do pretty well. You know what I'm saying?
You're a split.
As a Bundy.
You should pull up
Without now, Ted Bundy had the blonde, sandy blonde. He wasn't
As a Bundy.
But then I've seen movies where they give him a darker hair. So if you kind of, that's the only thing. But you have the narrow eyes and the strong chin of Ted Bundy, man.
No, that's too funny. I've never heard anybody. I've heard people say like Jim Carrey or Ryan Reynolds. What's that guy? Or something like that. But I have not heard Ted Bundy. So
The elder is saying Jim Carrey, but elder, have you looked at a young Tim Bundy picture? That's Andrew.
Look too much at Ted Bundy, but I know Jim Carrey and what was the other guy he said? What's the other guy you said?
He said Ryan Reynolds and Tom Brady. I ain't giving him Tom Brady because he ain't threw that many touchdowns. But
Brady.
you know what I'm saying? Ted Bundy, yeah, man.
Hey, look like a typical old-fashioned, white guy.
But I also
Hold on, I'm gonna put this in my PTR.
change the PTR so I can see who you're talking about. Maybe find a picture. You can probably get AI to do like a picture of me next to that, next to.
I ain't doing all that, Andrew. I'm not.
Pretty
I'm just gonna put this one up.
Two people are on.
What about him?
So real quick, somebody in the chat said you.
Two people are on the app right now.
Hold on, Andrew. He's talking.
Somebody in the chat said you support the LGBT community, especially trans, and hate Trump.
Supporting Trump, and in fact, I voted for Trump both terms. Now I have mixed feelings about him. I don't actually know how I feel about him. I'm agnostic. Okay, on Trump right now. As far as the LGBTQ. Do I support them? Well, that depends on what you mean by support. I don't think people should.
We got this motherfucker.
I don't think
Roasted Andrew from the chat.
Themselves. I don't think
Roasted Andrew from the chat. The fucking barbecue party is starting. Here we go, Andrew. Here comes the Black American barbecue party.
What you are asking is, do I support them insofar as I'll use the pronouns that a trans person applies to themselves?
Here we go.
Typically I will.
Uses trans pronouns.
Because
hello, madam.
that I was
hello, Mrs.
what the trans
hello,
community is
miss.
actually doing when they say stuff like, they're
He,
male,
she,
when they say, I'm a trans woman. I
them.
misunderstood what they were saying. I thought they were saying that they were female. That's not what they're saying. If they were saying that, they are delusional.
Here comes the
And
virus.
so most of the trans community would be against that as well. But that's actually not what they're saying. What they are saying on
Hey, Andrew, my bad. PTR.
Okay. Let me look.
Oh, Andrew is Ted Bundy. Andrew is Ted Bundy.
I'm telling you, man. Your chin is stronger, but I think maybe over time, the chin, but he got a little strong chin. He definitely got your eyes, your nose, your jawline, your eyebrows. You might get yours arched a little bit. This was it was a while back, so they wasn't meant. But you give me Ted Bundy, bro. Am I tripping? Can you see yourself a little bit on Ted?
And I appreciate that. I also wanted to say, I also get the guy from the Family Guy. Is it Family Guy? Yeah, Giggity.
Yeah.
And maybe a few other ones too. But anyway, as far as the pronouns go, I just wanted to say that if they're just saying that they're feminine, wow.
You're a quagmire.
Ted Bundy looks like
he was doing weird things with women too. I just want to say that.
Yeah, true. That's true. I appreciate that, Doc. Somebody on here there are two different people on here have pictures of me with Epstein. So, with Jeffrey Epstein, I'm side by side with him. So, I've got some big fans.
Everybody's with Epstein these
but as
days.
far as the affirming the pronoun stuff, look, they're just saying they're feminine. So if it's a male and he says I'm a trans woman, they're just saying they're feminine. And I don't have a problem calling them she or her because that's what they're saying. That's all they're saying. They're saying they're feminine. They're not saying they're female. So once you understand that, then you're fine.
I don't think that's biblical, Andrew, to be honest. God is clear, male and female. I don't think. Hold on, Andrew, man, real quick. I don't think we should adjust or try to be politically correct. So God's word because society is pushing a certain way. I think God wants his believers to stay firm, not to the left or to the right, or don't try to cover into the modern terms of making people feel comfortable. But
I understand, brother. I don't think that's exactly what I'm saying because I understand exactly what you're saying. So let me say this. So the Bible says that men, there are effeminate men. The scripture says that. Effeminate.
Is
right?
that a sin?
Yeah, it's something that you shouldn't do. Right? So it's the New Testament. It says effeminate. Okay? In the Old Testament, it says that males ought not wear the clothing pertaining to that of a female, right? Now, that is showing that that kind of stuff is wrong. You ought not do that, and I agree with that, right? Now, the effeminate, that's a word in English that we use to understand maybe males who are acting very flamboyant, and they're probably on the receiving end of homosexuality. Hold on. Yeah. Why? Can I finish my statement?
Nah, nigga.
Why are you?
What you talking about, bro? What's up?
Why are you interrupting me, brother?
Because I could do it.
No, but wait. Why are you doing that?
You kind of.
Because I could do it.
Yeah,
I get preeminence.
Yeah. Y'all had hundreds of years in this country.
All right, let Esau finish.
No.
Esau in order, bro. Let Esau finish, and then you can
Thank you, bro.
explain.
Thank you, D. Thank you, D. Can I finish? Can the white man finish?
Do you find yourself in the audience? Don't do that.
Hold on, wait. I just wanna. I'm just now looking at the chat.
You can move me down. Who you think you talking to?
I mean,
No, hold on, D.
This nigga's out here, bro.
what's going on right
No,
now?
I wanted. Hold on. My bad, Andrew. It is like I'm be clear. It's second class. Yeah, I was hoping y'all could have a conversation, but if not, yeah, we'll get back. Andrew, you were saying something, and if you could, like Landon, I think the elder wanted to respond.
Yeah, totally. I appreciate it, Doc. So all I'm saying is this. When somebody, so look, the New Testament says effeminate, right? Now it's typically talking about like males who are like engaged in the receiving end. I mean, there's different ways of interpreting that, but the receiving end of a homosexual relationship, like the feminine partner, because if you typically notice homosexual relationships, you have a feminine and masculine kind of dynamic. Usually it's kind of interesting. That being said, effeminate men are not, it's not a good thing, right? But here's the thing, Over. They're called effeminate men. So if somebody today is acting effeminate, and by that we say that what we mean when somebody says, hey, I am a woman, and they're a male, they're acting effeminate. And I don't have a problem saying that's what they are. I'm not saying it's good. I'm not saying that I think they should be that way. But if there's somebody who is drinking alcohol and they're drunk,
It's a new
I'm
building,
going to call
right?
them a drunk. It's what they are. Doesn't mean I support it.
Well, you
If
already
somebody's a
took
drug
the first
addict,
step, which is
I'm
asking
gonna
the
say they're
question,
a drug
something
addict.
other people
I'm not
won't
gonna
do.
say
They won't
I
bother.
support
How
it.
did you start a
It just means
refinery?
I'm
I
gonna
don't
call them
know.
what they
I don't
are.
have money.
So
A
if
bunch of
somebody says
excuses, but you didn't
that
have that. You asked the
they
question.
are a
Guess what?
male,
I'm here
and they
answering
say
it.
I
The
am
right way to go about it in business is to
trans
start
woman,
small.
they're
This
saying that they
crucible
are
can't be a
effeminate.
okay,
So I
and
will
if you
just
take some
affirm
scrap
that
copper and
because
ask
that's
AI
what they
how
are.
you can
I'm
refine
not
it,
saying
you
it's
can
good.
use the
That's
chemicals,
the
you
point
can
I was
use the
making.
flame,
Hopefully that
you
makes
can practice, you can make small little bars, you can take little jobs, for a little silver once you're ready for it, refine it for a client ready to be an apprentice, work for free, then take on bigger clients and use that money to reinvest into your business by buying bigger equipment and going on a higher scale. That's real business, that's real life. Okay, taking small steps that lead to bigger ones safely without risking anything. Other people might tell you take a big loan, a bunch of bullshit.
People. At the end of the day, you got your way of dealing with God. If we as Israelites got our way of dealing with God, I think we got the more correct way because I think we're more firm and we're straightforward. As the Bible tells you in Mark 12 and 14, Christ said he cared for no man but told the truth. They didn't care about the feelings. He didn't care about people being offended or getting upset, but he told the truth all the time. And I think in this society, I mean, you just showed me. I appreciate you, explaining your reasons, but kind of showed me what I think of how you will kind of, make people feel comfortable and not offend them. You know what I mean? And be more, like I say, politically correct. But that's how you see it. We see it male, female, period. That's it. That's how we see it. Another thing, I'm just kind of curious. You supported Trump. But I mean, Andrew, I'm not even mad at you because I just see it. That's how I'm not typically judging you, but I see that a lot of Caucasians just have their ways and their thoughts and their ideas and their ideology with the scriptures. And to support a man like Trump, who's obviously, you may disagree with me and you may see it differently, but I'm willing to tell it like it is. Obviously, a racist is trying to support the white community to come back up and have the ways, the old-fashioned ways that they've done, that they feel have been great, which has really been targeting minorities and really have, put their foot on minorities' necks for the last 400 years or 500 years. So plus, when you would support a man like that, but then when the man, you find out that the man is a liar, doesn't do half the things he claims to do. Now, everybody is mad at Trump. But in the beginning, he supported him because he felt like he was going to put blacks and the Latinos back into bring the white man back to the level of what he wants. He thinks the white man should be. Honestly, that's how I see it. Hey, you can bring back on. What's up? Sure. Y'all, what's up?
Hey, what's up, man? Shalom. No. I think the brothers dropped down, man. I think it's cool. Yeah, I think it's cool. I'm just hearing through the grapevines, Elder. Would you, Andrew, would you say that you see yourself marrying a woman? Are you open to love, being just love amongst any?
That's what I'm already saying. That's why I already said that I think any of those kinds of relationships are going to be counter scripture and those are forbidden.
I get that, but okay, so do you not see yourself?
Is he in the Matrix?
No, I'm here. Of course, I don't think that that's good.
You don't think it's good to marry a woman?
No, I don't think it's good to deviate from God's ordination.
No, I'm not asking. I didn't ask you that though, Andrew. Respectfully, my bad.
Andrew can't answer questions because he can't answer a straight question.
Like you being atheist. Do you see yourself ever?
I'm not an atheist. No, I'm not an atheist.
I know, we cleared it.
He roasted this motherfucker.
Okay. Now you cleared it. That's what I'm saying, bro.
Yeah.
Wait, you're not a homosexual? I thought you were a homosexual.
But
Wait, you're not homosexual? You spend the whole day talking about trans pronouns. Are you? I thought you were homosexual.
Wow. No, stop. This guy, he's a troll.
Wait, I'm not a troll.
Listen, so here's
You're a troll.
But here's the point.
Hold on.
So,
I didn't use the other word.
Esau, Amalekite, Edomite. Hey, bud.
Just chill out. It's on, and we know this Edomite. We don't know you. Go ahead, Andrew.
This is the Edomite we know.
Treatment over the unknown Edomite. Go ahead.
But no. So all I was trying to say is, look, the thing that I wanted to say is, Elder, look, when you became
calling you gay though, Andrew. My bad. The other Edomite is calling you gay.
That's fine. That's all right. He calls me all kinds of things. Now, but Elder, when you were born into this world, at this time, you took on the terms and the words that were part of the communities and the people that you were around, right? And so that's where you have your language, your lexicon that you use is informed by the people that are around you in the society that you grow up in. So 100 years from now or 200 years from now, if it's the case that this spreads like it is spreading, where people use woman and man to pick out something different than their sex, right? So they're picking out something about their attributes, about their qualities, about their behaviors, right? If they do that, then people born at that time, they're just
Wait, do what? There's only man and woman. There's no third gender, Andrew. Hello?
Hey, none Andrew Edomite. We don't know you.
Yeah, he is a troll, just so you know that, but it's okay. But here's the thing.
I'm not a troll. I'm not a troll, Andrew. You're the troll.
Hold on. Let me finish, Lord. Stop. So the point is that you'll adopt. I appreciate
I got you, Andrew.
I appreciate you, bro.
Good.
I appreciate it. Yeah, so you'll learn these words from the culture and the society that you grow up in, and I think we all acknowledge that. But as you get older, I'm sorry, not as you get older. Later, 200 years from now, when people get born into the society, then the word woman and man might pick out. It might be just the common usage, just like gay changed its usage. It might just be the common usage, and it's not you giving in to some evil thing necessarily. It's just the language that's being used by society. And so if you're trying to communicate to one another, Elder, you want to use the language that people use. So there's still half of the society, or whatever the portion is, that use woman to mean female, and that's what you're saying. And I agree, that's fine, you can use it that way. But then there's other people who are starting to use it to mean like your the way you, like a collection of attributes or qualities that you have. So it really just depends. Are you trying to communicate with those people or not? Do you want to understand the way that they're using the terms or not? And if you say, well, I just think that's an evil push, okay, but 200 years from now, they're just going to wake up and they're going to,
I ain't gonna lie, Andrew. I'd rather just beat you up in the Bible. I don't want to keep talking about gayness, but I'm gonna let you finish, and then
yeah, that's fine, brother. That's fine. But it's not about gayness, right? It's just saying people using
this is definitely about gayness.
Well, people are using terms differently than the way you and I maybe historically have used them, and it's just a matter if you want to communicate to people or not. If you don't want to speak the language that people are using in your society, you don't have to. But if you're trying to communicate concepts, then you have to understand how they're using terms. That's the only thing I'm saying. It's fine. We can leave it there. And Elder, you can respond if you want, but that's all
Yeah, the Elder might not. He didn't want to talk about gayness too long, maybe. Yo, Andrew. Yeah, go ahead.
And we saying 200 years. I don't even believe this place will be around 200 years, but that's another story. But I'm not even really interested in communicating with somebody that can't even see that type of level of what it is, significance and importance of keeping it male and female, because this is what society wants to push. It's what they want us to do. You know, where does it stop? Where does it stop when we can't identify a male and a female? Like, if I can't have a conversation with somebody, I have to switch terms with somebody for that, and I'm not really interested in trying to convince that person or even have a conversation with that person. But obviously, you and me think differently, and that's another thing. Shakur can get into that. But you know, Andrew, to be honest with the atheists, I know that conversation came up before with you. I think I had a conversation with you about that. I mean, the scriptures tell you in Psalms 14:1 that the fool has said in his heart, there is no God. And then there's another scripture, Romans 3:3, it says, but what if they don't believe? Should they unbelief make the faith of God without effect? That God forbid, let every man be a liar and God be true. I don't think it's our job to convince anybody the existence of God. I believe we're messengers, and that's what we do. That's on God. Scripture says, let every man be persuaded in his own mind. You know what I mean? Some people's not going to be convinced of God just for their own reasons sometimes. And they don't want to believe in God. So, but yeah, I don't think it's our job to convince people of God. It may be, we want to go out there and, it thinks to be an exciting conversation, and what is really a conversation is not meant to be by messengers of God. Messengers of God clearly put out a message to the people that God says in the spirit will hear. God says his sheep hears Christ says his sheep hear my voice. They will not hear another, and that's what it is. But if you take all your energy trying to convince atheists, not saying you're doing that, just in general, trying to convince atheists of a God, it's just wasted energy. Some of them just don't want to believe in God.
Hey, Andrew, quick question. Y'all just made me think of something. Andrew, you there?
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just seeing if you was there. I want to get your thoughts, and only because there ain't nothing else going on. If it was, other brothers that wanted to talk, you just have to take a back seat. But, Andrew, I wouldn't even be mad if it was similar in your room. Even though, normally you let me talk in your room. So I will say that about you. Andrew, yeah. What are your thoughts and opinions on Psalm 147 and 19, through verse 20?
Psalm 147, 19 through verse 20. Let me read it and let me see what I think about it, and then I'll tell you. 140.
Can you read it out loud for the people?
Yeah, Psalm 147.
Verse 19 through 20.
Verse 19 through 20. Okay, let's see. Let me look here. Let me look here.
What made me think about it, Andrew, is just you're okay with assimilating culturally with the fact that you have men that want to be called women and women that want to be called men, and then the elders nah, I can't really do that. Mm-hmm. And it made me think about this verse. But go ahead. Okay, can you read that?
Yeah, he declares his word to Jacob, his statutes and rules to Israel. He has not dealt thus with any other nation. They do not know his rules. Praise the Lord.
What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think that God was working with Israel directly. And as far as the other nations or any groups outside of Israel, they weren't given his commandments directly. Now, there were still
this is a black
Hebrew
Israelite
being judged by, which it seems like there's some sort of awareness that they shouldn't do things like murder and things like that. So I wouldn't say that God's law, at least on a basic level or on some level, wasn't understood by other groups around the world. But I do think that there are specifics that they weren't aware of. God gave statutes and commandments and ordinances to the Jews that were very specific to the Jews.
It doesn't say Jews right here.
Yeah, well, when it says Jacob, it's talking about Jacob and his descendants, right?
Are all of Jacob's descendants Jews?
Well, they're all going to be Israelites.
So they're not all Jews, right?
Well, I think the New Testament, you and I probably disagree on this.
No, before you go there, we're in the Old Testament.
No, I understand.
Is all of the descendants of Israel Jews? And if you could point it to me in the Old Testament, then I may believe you.
Well, it's fine. I won't use the term Jew because that's going to get us hung up. Israelites.
Right. There you go.
So all Israelites are going to have there's going to be specific ordinances, statutes, commandments that are given to them that aren't given to the world broadly. And so, so I accept that. Now, as far as...
What about the part... My bad, go ahead.
As far as am I okay with assimilating or being in a multicultural place, to be quite frank with you, I'm somewhat of a Christian nationalist without any of the kind of, I don't know, I'm not necessarily on board with the white supremacy stuff that I guess historically...
It's okay if you are. I'm not going to be mad about that.
Well, no,
Andrew, this is a safe place.
No.
You should want to preserve. You should want to be. That's what I'm saying.
No. So, but I'm not down with that.
You did blackface, Andrew. It's nothing you can tell.
Well, I didn't do blackface. I did black body. I did the whole thing.
Blackface.
No.
We only saw your PTR.
Bro, I have the picture. It has my body black too.
Yeah. Okay, cool. I didn't see that, but just for the sake of argument, you did blackface.
And black neck, and black shoulders, and black...
Yeah. All of that. They did that in the 1940s also.
No, come on.
But what I'm saying to you though, it's not a problematic thing. Like,
well, no, I know you're just saying you want me to be open about it if I am, but I'm not though.
But
so
it's hard to believe when you did black body.
Like, I did do that because I don't mind racial humor. I've never minded that. I don't care if somebody makes jokes. That's why I make jokes all the time about me being a Edomite, a cracker. I don't care. Like, people can talk like that. I don't really care. What I don't like is somebody who actually has hatred for other people based on their race or think that they're lower or lesser than them. Like, I think that's a problem.
I think okay, Andrew, you think you can jump higher than me?
No, I think you can jump higher than me, but
so I'm better than you in jumping, right?
Yeah, you're superior you are superior in the sense that you're better at certain things like vertical height, jumping, probably running.
What about like lifting weights? How much you lift?
I don't know. I haven't lifted in a while.
All right. So, like, do you think you can like maybe bench press like 255 5 times?
That might be a little much. I don't know.
Okay, cool. So even the strength. All right, like as far as intelligence, right? Because that's what mean that like see who's more amped. In an IQ test, let me see how I can ask that because we haven't really been on that part, right? Let me say it like this: would you think that it'll be a chance that I could outscore you on an IQ test?
Well, in principle, I think you could. I don't know. I actually don't know what the IQ differences are of African Americans or people like it. You know,
it's a non-relative thing because you have Africans that have outscored so-called African Americans that have outscored all races, and then you have on the other end. I'm gonna be fair. You have, I think, the highest is what 255, and I think that was someone that was German or Dutch or somewhere in that. It might be your people.
So, well, wait, just I just wanted to say real quick. I think on an individual basis, any member of any group could be better than any other group, a particular member. But on a whole, on average, there's going to be a lot.
On whole, on average, if we don't have systemic racism in place that you're failing to realize, it's nothing. We would smoke your boots every day of the week. In anything.
Let me just say
anything. There's nothing you can name me that you're just. There's nothing that you can name me that inherently, quote unquote, white people are better at.
Okay.
Outside of mass murder. Now hold on, wait. Let me clarify myself. Mass murder, y'all got that.
Okay, what about
genocide? Y'all got that.
What about not getting pulled over by the cops?
Y'all got that too. Y'all got that. See, I'm good. Andrew just got you, man. Okay. But what about then I'll flip it around then if it's who gets pulled over more than we win. And you're good.
You're right. Well, actually, you already dealt with it when you said if it wasn't for systemic racism, because you would say that it's the racism that's causing you to get pulled over more anyway. So one of the reasons we're even better at that, not getting pulled over, is because of racism. That's probably what you'd say. So it's fine. I hear what you're saying. Let me just say this, Doc. I don't really care about like people being better at certain things or better at certain activities or more advanced or have better qualities in certain areas or maybe they're more compassionate or kinder or stronger or faster or blah 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 blah.
This is talking
My
about
issue is this. It doesn't matter. Every person has the same value that another person has. So somebody who has Down syndrome and they're born of a particular race, whatever the case may be, let's say a Somalian, okay, and they have Down syndrome, versus somebody who is wealthy and brilliant and they're white, Those two people have the exact same value in my eyes.
That's not true. And
No,
now
it's true.
you're just living in la la land.
No, not at all.
I'm gonna tell you why. That's not true. They don't have, and it's okay to say the truth.
Okay.
They don't have societal wise. They don't, because one needs support from society, another one doesn't, and perpetuate and dictates how society go. So someone that has oil or is a oil typhoon, he's dictating the prices of oil and gas. He's doing that, right? He has a say in that. Someone with a mental issue, they're leaning on people to be compassionate and understand that, they need caring and love. The other one doesn't need care and love, and they're not even worried about care and love, because they're going to move society to benefit, and they should. That's what I'm trying to tell you, Andrew. I'm not mad at that. You should want for your race to thrive and prevail. The only issue is when we get into the Bible, that's not the case. And that's why this whole white guilt thing doesn't work with me. So, back to the Bible. In Psalms 147 and 19, you went to some number, you glossed. So, it says, he showeth his word unto Jacob. Can you show me a Bible verse where he showed his word outside of the progenitors of Jacob? Can you show me a verse where he showed his word to anybody outside of that?
In the Old Testament?
No, anywhere.
Well, those that aren't, those that do not have the law, they do the law. They are a law unto themselves.
That doesn't work, because if they do the law unto themselves, that doesn't have the law. This doesn't answer my question. Can you show me in the Bible that God showed his word unto any other people group outside of the progenitors of Jacob? That would mean Abraham, Isaac, and then Jacob, the man name changed to Israel. Can you show me any other people group that God gave his word, laws, and statutes and commandments to?
Well, I think the law of thou shalt not murder is written directly on people's hearts by God. So
Can you give me a book, chapter, verse that says that?
Well, there's going to be two things that I'd appeal to. So one would be...
No, that's not what I'm asking you.
Listen.
And I hate... Hold on, wait. Now I got to use yes or no.
No, I can give you a scripture that talks about the law being written on man's heart, okay? And then...
Man pertaining unto who?
Well, you're going to try to tie it to Israel, but it's not really...
No, just read it. Go ahead. My bad. Read it, and let's get into it.
Bear with me. Well, give me a minute, then.
Because that is going to be Israel. If I'm thinking about the verse you're talking about, laws written on man's heart.
Andrew already know. How did you know?
I don't know any other group or nation the law was written on their heart. Maybe he's going to show it. I'm willing to be wrong. Cedric, I was looking at, no, that's not true. And that's never been true, that everybody has the same intrinsic value. That's something you like to tell yourself when you go to sleep, because slavery and war has ruled the history of mankind. Nothing in the world that we have today dictates that everybody has that. That's a nice thing to believe, But that's just not the case. It's not the case. When women would like getting their belly, cut open and the child removed and cats put into it, they didn't see the interest of value in it. When the United States dropped bombs on Japan, they didn't see the interest of value in everybody. When Japan attacked Pearl Harbor, they didn't see the interest of value on that. When Hitler went throughout Europe in conquest, you can't point a time when people believed it was an intrinsic value on all human beings. You can't point a time in that. You'd be remiss. Andrew, you there?
Yes, I am, but bear with me here, brother. Yeah, give me just a
What
minute.
Tay said? She said, yes, sir, master. No,
yeah, sorry.
I mean, if you're saying brother in the sense of that, like Jacob and Esau were brothers.
There you go. There you go. I'm the cracker, and you're the Israelite.
You're definitely that.
You should invite up Cedric, and you should invite up.
No, I don't like when you do that, Andrew. You do that weird shit. You
no, that's not weird.
Yeah, it is weird. Anytime you ever get in a room, you invite like atheists out the woodworks, and like we're not. And you know what'd be so crazy? They get punched on so bad, and it's not even fun. Like you always do that, man.
Cedric isn't. I think he's like a theist. I think he's not a Christian, but or an Israelite. He might be an Israelite.
He believes in Zeus and Thor.
Yeah, that's what I thought. He's agnostic. That's what I thought he was. Yeah. So, but
yeah, you always invite them. Like I think you think that they can make a point. Like I think you believe we can't argue with. Like, and when I say argue, not like we gotta like, but I think you think like we can't make a point with them, and I always stump them out. Every time you do that, they get stumped out. It's not even fun. Like it's not even a thing no more. Maybe you gotta get Muslim friends or something. They're gonna get stumped out too. But your atheist friends have never made a good case in any regard.
So, well, there's a Muslim on here. He told me he came in, right, and we were doing a God room, and I was like, hey, whatever his name was. I'm like, hey, what's the best argument against atheism? And he said, I've come to the conclusion that if you're an atheist, you're actually retarded. He's like, so I don't give arguments to atheists because they're retarded. And then he also said,
like in the regard of debate and like having a conversation, I think it is kind of off. But my personal feelings aside, I can have a conversation and we're just gonna talk logically. Like we're gonna really dive into what again you believe because you can't prove it. But I think like what happens is people that's in theology or believe in a God, whatever you want to title that, it feels like the person is
You are here on delivery of Alistair. The technical labors of the libraries, subfigured all of fear. Tris libero, subfigured all of fear.
Thank you, Airman.
Saiba, metadata, from the livers liberosa figura, concordant, salus, libers liberosa figura, Alice libers liberosa figura, liberosa figura, strong.
When you
This is our Lord.
Some other say something and then he would leave and they were like, fucking asshole, this guy, another white man.
Yeah, they do that. That's so much years of propaganda, right? They get that from the media, and then they take that out in real life, and they just think that, like, if any white man says anything that sounds any sort of, like, kind of disagreeable or whatnot, it's an automatic attack on their black skin or their whatever skin, right, from the white man.
welcome to the stage, Lord. What say you?
Nothing. I'm sitting here kind of with like a migraine, tired, burned out. It's been a long day. Oh, I need to go.
Long day of recording rooms.
Oh yeah, I've rearranged the way that I'm recording rooms in my house, and like literally in my house, I got 4 recording studios now, and I figured out a way to essentially use an auto clicker where when one room closes, it immediately, like within 600 seconds, it clicks on another room. So it's like fully automated live streaming clown house.
Oh no.
It's pretty cool.
Any chance you could block my rooms from your stuff? Like
I can. It's Anon, and I don't even monitor it anymore. It's fully automated. But I'm not the only one recording Clubhouse.
So it's on its loop. Yeah, that's a great question. Do you know others that are?
Yeah, I get text messages from people live streaming rooms on YouTube now.
What does your therapist say about this?
He says, do you consider it artwork? And I go, absolutely. He says, well, then congratulations. I'm not much of a critic, but, you know, good luck to your art endeavors, Andy Warhol. And I say, well, Andy Warhol was bald. He wore a big wig. Should I get an Andy Warhol wig, doctor? And the doctor says, if you want to look like Andy Warhol, hello?
But I got to ask you, I can only take this app in small doses. How do you take such big doses every day of this app?
I don't. That's my point. I siloed myself out. I now literally just want to read books, play music, and live stream Clubhouse below me so I don't have to hear it. You know, I don't want to listen to the rooms anymore.
True, Joe. I see him where he's actually reading a book and Clubhouse is just going, you know?
So, okay, so you've got to a point where you've tuned it out and you're just continuing to live your life. However, continuing to record all the crazy ass terrorist talk. It's like, that's quite, I mean,
that's a genius in a way.
Lord, you're going to get a passive income from YouTube soon.
Yeah, one of my accounts is about to get monetized.
Wait, but you have to reach a certain amount of threshold of followers. Have you reached that yet or no?
Yeah, I hit the followers, but I haven't hit the public watch hours.
How's that possible?
It's so hard. I don't know.
Streaming 24 hours now.
I think, what's the title of this room? Oh, okay. Well, I don't want to say there's like reverse racism going on at YouTube, but like I'm definitely, you know, just like anybody who has conservative takes, you're like deplatformed, deneutralized, you know, or neutralized. Like the algorithm just does not favor my content. It wants to provide family-friendly content, not, you know, Concrete and chillism lecturing and screaming profanities at jazzies all morning long, you know? It's just, how do you monetize brain rot? I don't think you really can. And it's so vulgar and so profane. It's very difficult, like, but, you know, I'm just thinking that the algorithm is going to eventually just say, okay, this is all incoherent, schizophrenic, garbled, gerbil, you know, nothingness. And, you know, therefore, let's just let it slide. Hello? Plus, it's black people talking. Hello?
You can get a program where it can play while you're streaming. It'll play like 10 seconds before. And then all you got to do is hire someone to program like an AI agent to block out certain keywords like profanities and stuff. and it should clean up your monetization.
Well, that's what I was just going to ask. Would I get, if I were to stream my rooms to YouTube, would I get some strikes pretty quickly with all the language, or like how you avoided all that? Like,
you can't. You just can't.
I mean, YouTube has all, like, they do the N-word, right? I don't even know. I've never looked around. Other people
They do the N-word, but you can't hate. There's certain hate speech guidelines that give you community guideline strikes. You can't target sexual or gender identity or preference. So there is censorship. There's a lot of things you cannot talk about. You can't talk about 9/11. You can't talk about, any, like, I recently got a community guideline strike for literally, kind of a benign 9/11 statement. It's pretty ridiculous.
So that just about everyday rooms on Clubhouse would get some strikes probably. That's crazy because everything is talked about on these stages. Like, literally everything is crazy.
Yeah, but it's also like how, like, I play music even, like, while I'm listening to these terrorist rooms, I sit there, I play music, like, I interrupt, like, when I'm filming myself, I'm able to, like, basically block, it's hit or miss, like, it's totally automated, but if you can live stream your rooms, like, fuck it, dude, try it, it's no big deal, like, you need 50 subscribers.
I tried it one time just to see, By the way, do you see there really are other people that are in your club, like streaming rooms, kind of almost at the pace you do it, or no?
There's a YouTube account called Clubhouse Live Podcast. I'll put it in the chat, but his name is Chris or Zen from this app, and he's been live streaming rooms on this app for quite a while now.
Dang, I did not know that.
Yeah, he loves your rooms. He got a lot of Pepe videos. I have a lot of Pepe videos. But I also have Instagram accounts that have, like, literally, like, 5,000 posts on it because...
Yeah, we've heard.
Yeah.
Well, how come you haven't had... Have you anybody... You had to have somebody contact you about their likeness being used? I mean, there's no way.
No, nobody contacts me.
A strange but delicious delivery tonight.
Has never contacted you about someone else's likeness?
No. If somebody doesn't, like, I've had people on this app file what's called a privacy rights complaint on YouTube, and then YouTube will take the video down.
Well, that's what I'm kind of getting at. Yeah. Like, how many times can that happen before they're just like, you got to go?
They don't. That's not a terminable offense. That's just a privacy right. Because you got to realize that people out in public are filming shit all the time. And so there's, like, all kinds of privacy right complaints that are not attributed to Clown House, but, like, to the real world, for whatever reason. But YouTube has to deal with that shit.
That's interesting. So it's almost like like if you're on the sidewalk of a street right now, like, you can do whatever you want, right? That's the same as Clubhouse.
It's the same thing. It's a public forum, but I'm just saying, like, I have also, this is the funny thing is, I have also personally gone on YouTube and had my name removed from YouTube because I've had people on here filming me, playing the fool and, like, trolling everybody. And I said something, this is what I was playing sex noises of, like, people having orgasms. And so when you Googled my name, the first video was me on Clubhouse playing orgasm, ASMR from YouTube. And it was just like,
punished for your white privilege.
Yeah, somebody fucked me over. Some guy that I was trolling his room was like, John Kitover thinks it's funny to play, sex noises on Clubhouse. And, like, that, he SEO'd me. And I was like, oh shit, I'll never get a job now. I was like, so I had to do the privacy rights complaint.
So that was ranked everywhere.
Yeah, he ranked #1 for John Kitover.
That's hilarious. Oh, man. What's up, Crystal? Good evening, good morning, whatever you are.
Not cool. It's been a while.
Yeah, it has been a while. Well,
people in here are speaking with their white privilege. It's impressive.
Yes, we have that here. Right, Ian?
Did you see the Grok query versus
the TOS to record people on Clubhouse?
Did you see the Grok query where somebody asked Grok, is white privilege bad? Is black privilege or, white? Anyways, basically, they're just proving that ChatGPT is, like, ridiculously woke and, white racist.
ChatGPT is woke. Explain that, because ChatGPT will tell you that it is required, it's programmed to
uphold the colonial narrative. So where is woke involved in that?
It's a test they ran. You can go to Elon Musk's X account.
Shit.
Kaya, are you actually building an arc? Is that PTR representing like your character and personality? Like, are you ready to build an arc to get away from this structural white destructive system that has enslaved and ruined you and your people and given you a horrible living standard? Oh my God, are you in an African village eating a monkey out of a pot, making a mud pancake sandwich? Hello?
I don't feel none of that shit, but I love that you said that because I've been on that shit. That's not me. And if you've heard me enough times on stage, you know I don't subscribe to any of that dumb shit you just said. My PTR has more to do with the rooms that I'm in on Clubhouse because I've been.
And Noah was black and he had dreads.
My PTR has everything to do with some rooms that I'm in because I've been on Clubhouse for 5 years, and so I've switched my PTR for a number of reasons depending on where I am on Clubhouse. So it's not a reflection of me; it's a reflection of where I am in rooms.
But was Noah black though?
Want to digest that?
No, it's not your question.
Let's digest that for a second. Let's just digest that for a second. The first thing God said is let there be light. And then I guess the assumption is that he then made Adam and Eve allergic to that light and allergic to gravity. That's the ideology we want to run with. So now God's children need to be under clouds, or they need sunscreen in order to survive. And that's not a reflection of all humanity. It's a reflection of some humans on the planet Earth, a minority of humans on the planet. But all humans come from people who were allergic to the light that God created and allergic to to the gravity.
They had an allergy to the light. An allergy?
Are we flat earthing now?
And then we have
No, the sun can kill all humans. The sun can kill any race, right? It's just that, like, okay, white people have to, like, put on a cream. Oh, my God. So that's...
Gentlemen, let her land her boat. Let her land her boat. Please, gentlemen, you're interrupting her.
Are we allergic to flat earthing, to gravity?
And then we have Noah and his family who are also allergic to the light. Let it be light. Who's allergic to the light? Who has to wear umbrellas eventually as soon as they get off the ark. And then somehow they create a whole tree. And then all of a sudden they create. And then all of a sudden, no one ever praised the majority of human beings who are not allergic to light. Y'all make.
Do flat earthers, are we allergic to gravity?
Your husband was a supporter.
There's no gravity. What are you talking about? There's no gravity.
What you talking about, Willis?
What you talking about, Willis?
The island is mine.
I already said it. You have to refer to
Warlords that died under my
I miss Kaya. Kaya's cool.
She's great. She's fine. Like, you guys gotta think are the people that we choose that are the opposite side of things, because there's a lot of these folks that just come in yelling and screaming, and it's not a pleasant experience.
I've been to flat earth girls like this one.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they're looking for an argument.
I will grant you your own seat in the council.
I did say
So it wasn't a question.
That's a nice question.
No, I asked her if Noah was black, and she gave me that answer.
No, it's hold on. I don't even think she realized what a clever question that is. Because Noah's 3 sons is what lead to the population of the entire earth. His son Japheth is credited for the Europeans. Shem is the Semitic, Middle East Asians, and Ham, his lineage is the Africans.
Kosher. Ham is not kosher.
That wasn't the point she was
I
making.
answered that, and no one heard me, even though the question was directed towards.
A free ham sandwich is the biggest Jewish dilemma. Hello?
Let's be honest. Ham makes everything better. Like you can make bacon.
I responded.
That's
to
not
that.
kosher.
With a duct tape of food.
Because when I tried to answer the question, everybody came off mic. So after I said Adam and Eve were allergic to the sun, that means that Noah was also allergic to the sun. But how then if Noah, and I said Noah could not have been the father of all humanity if the majority of the humans on this earth are not allergic to the sun. It's only a scant number of people who are allergic to the sun.
Nobody's allergic to the sun.
Kaya, why are you coming for those of us Irish people that
I'm talking about? Can I land my
but
point?
how did white people survive?
Nobody is allergic
Until the point sunscreen was invented.
All right.
And I made my point. There was no way that Ham, Shem, and Abednego could not have been an even distribution.
it was Abednego.
It couldn't have been.
Abednego.
I know. It couldn't have been. It's a family joke. It couldn't have been an even distribution from Noah with all these different tribes, Ham, Shem, them things. If all
Did Noah like everything bagels or puppy seed with his coffee in the morning?
Not like green eggs and ham.
Unless Noah had three different wives of different ethnicities, how did she produce three children of every
all of the
culture?
other tribes don't need sunscreen, but one of them does.
Nobody needs
That's a problem.
Kaya, how did Noah make? How did?
No, I'm serious when I ask this question.
Yeah.
Like, am I missing something? Like, so the black community can't get cancer? Like, I'm being serious about this.
No, they can't get anything, man. They can't get sick. They're
No, I'm not trolling right now. Is that what?
That's the way their life
Is that what you're
expectancy is
saying?
35.
Wait. Is that the real claim? Is that?
Do you feel like that's a true
don't know what
question
they're
that black
talking
people can't get
Oh
cancer?
no, I don't know what to believe anymore. Like, that is really.
Which way is
like,
up?
No. She might have a case. Let's just be fair here. Like, if the percentage of black people is less than, I guess, white people from cancer, then
You
I
need
guess
some
she's
skin
fine with
cancer?
that. Or I guess she's saying.
Well,
I don't
Matt,
know what
she's starting off on the
she's
wrong
saying
point.
They can't get cancer at all. I guess that's my question. That's what
No. She's starting off on the wrong point. She's claiming that basically, like, a white person's skin getting like sunburn is an allergic reaction to the sun. Now, is there any people that work in the medical field that would classify that as an allergic reaction?
Everybody has melanin.
Terminology
Breaking news bulletin, and the sun potentiates that melanin. And even black people will get darker in the sun. So
It's melatonin cells, melanocytes. Melatonin deficiency is the technical definition of a white man.
I know melanoma doesn't discriminate.
it does not. And by the way, black people wear sunscreen as well.
But black people age better than white people. Let's be honest.
They also don't
Until
live
they
as long
turn
as
like
white people.
93, and then Uncle Ben turns into like
Converted, right?
Scary, yeah. Like they stand strong. Like melanin is a protector of aging.
Sure.
To a point.
I agree with that.
That's why I put in my coffee.
What did you say?
That's why coffee is brown, by the way. It has a lot of melanin, so it's good for you to drink coffee.
Yeah, but you can't turn black with coffee, so stop. It'll just go through your.
Sure you can. Of course you can. What are you talking about?
Why don't we spend more time talking about the purple people, the green people, the pink people? I don't care about no white people, black people, brown people. I just care about the blue people, the purple people, the transracialists and the transsexuals. Hello?
Can you deny if I want to identify as a caffeinated white person who wants to be known as a caffeinated black person? Can you deny that?
No, that's racist.
And if you drink tea, you can become Asian. That's also a fact.
That even means crystal. Stop.
Kaya, did Noah have to make an anchor on his boat, or did he not have to make an anchor for that big ark? Have you ever put a big anchor inside your ark? Hello?
We're workshopping this material, I think, Lloyd.
Wait, I don't understand. So Noah applied sunscreen or had an umbrella when he got off the ark.
He had baby oil for the tent when he raped his sons.
facetious. Sorry, it's fine.
Why in that movie did they show Noah raping his sons after getting drunk on wine?
There was a movie with Russell Crowe. I thought it was a very good movie.
That's Darren Aronofsky. I don't think it's that good. He's from Brighton Beach, though.
But I said good, not,
Okay, all right.
So, yeah.
Why did they have the Irish guy from The Departed play the bad guy?
On a scale of I'm sorry.
All right, where are we going with all this? Does anybody want to talk about? Maybe we don't. I know Joe probably does. Any thoughts on the Supreme Court decision?
Fake news, clickbait.
You have Ann in the room.
I give them credit for their independence. I like Amy Coney Barrett. I think she's the greatest public intellectual we have. I think she's a genius.
I thought Jackson was the greatest Supreme Court justice.
No, I'm sorry. I have to disagree with you.
She's the worst of all time. She's an idiot.
That's what a lot of people do.
Wait, how dare you? How dare you?
Joe, what's your take? You've been wanting a current event for days on this app.
Finally, current events, yes. I mean, the tariffs, part of the tariffs were struck down, but they didn't say he couldn't continue to enforce them. He came right back out and he put 10% on them. However, those will now have a time delay of about 150 days. That's his other tools in his toolbox. If you've kept up with it.
And the Congress
respect the shit out of the fact that he's trying to protect the value of the American dollar.
I would tell you somebody who deals in business and commerce, so who understands tariffs, it was basically the ruling was basically meaningless. It doesn't really matter.
Well,
Tom came out hard because I'm sorry.
No, it matters, but the whole agenda of what Trump's trying to do is to create an attractive for exporting goods from America. And the issue that we have is we're unable to make our exports attractive enough.
No, that's not how it works.
You don't believe that's what Trump's doing?
I disagree.
No, I know that's not how it
He's
works.
trying to hold the value
got some
of
disagreement.
the dollar.
Well, the dollar's gone down, what's the value of the dollar? The value of the dollar is
So you have to realize sometimes it's good for the dollar to go down.
But it's just how it weighs against other currencies, and the only reason why they've actually been devaluing the dollar over the last year is because that increases the attractiveness of our exports. It makes it where someone outside of our country can buy more product from us with less of their money. When the dollar's more valuable towards their currency, then we can't sell as much product out of our currency. So it's actually the opposite of what you're saying, Crystal, is they've actually been devaluing the dollar over the last year.
Yeah, they're devaluating it by creating $2.2 trillion of debt a year. Divide that by 12. The country's totally broke, and any Democrat or retarded Republican can't admit that the country's broke. Borrow, spend. I mean, healthcare is a human right. We must spend on Medicare, Medicaid more.
So Mike Pence came out, and the typical line of that this is a ruling that follows the rule of law. So it's just a rule of law play on their side. Is that how this goes or what? I mean, I don't even know, man. This stuff gets ridiculous. I'll never know. What do you think?
Really good. Yeah, it is ridiculous because it actually doesn't serve any purpose. It's not going to mean
I'm
anything.
sorry, what was the question? I was reading Eric Weinstein. He says there's a tsunami coming like we've never seen. And I don't mean water, I mean cultural. What were you asking?
Wait, no, we'll expand on that. That's more interesting than what I said. I was more just doing a sidetrack, or not a sidetrack, just I don't know what that was, just an extra something. But what is that you're reading about, tsunami?
This is on X. And Eric Weinstein spent his career warning that the institutions holding civilization together are more fragile than anyone admitted.
Most people ignored him. They're not ignoring him now. Weinstein, get your board in the water and prepare to paddle like all get out. The tsunami of a lifetime is coming, and nothing your elders have seen is going to prepare you.
Yikes. That sounds drastic.
Well, what the fuck?
We'll say again. Well, for example, the employment landscape is going to shift dramatically and quickly.
Oh, yeah.
As an example.
I mean, hopefully, Norm, me and you, hopefully we have paddles, right?
Yes. It's not going to be up a creek without a paddle.
It's like the no arc thing again, right? Like, we got to get the people in the boats.
Absolutely. That's a good, I'm glad that's a nice callback, Dave.
That's actually true. So that was in reference to also tariffs at all, or no? There was no correlation with what the AI.
These tariffs are insignificant.
My personal feeling is the tariffs are a wacky idea. They don't bother me. I just don't get it. I don't know if I think he wanted to repatriate manufacturing and jobs. So he wanted Americans to have jobs, not immigrants, and not people doing low-wage jobs. And he wanted to bring manufacturing into this country, which will, of course will make the country stronger. He has a weird obsession with balance of trade. I'm not sure it's valid. I've never heard a serious economist validate that. I've heard his justifications.
It's insignificant, El Normo. It's 10% of the annual deficit. That's all they brought in was 10% of the deficit. It's fucking meaningless.
What's meaningless? Who brought in 10%?
The $275 billion. It's meaningless.
That's a lot.
Meaningless. Wait, what are we discussing now?
He's saying 10% of 1.2 trillion is meaningless.
No, $2 trillion.
Wait, what does that 10% represent?
The deficit, meaning that if you only brought in $275 billion in revenue, but you're still running a $2.2 trillion a year deficit, it's fucking meaningless.
Well,
right, so we shouldn't do anything, so we should not do that and keep going up.
Okay, it's meaningless, and yet he's swinging the pendulum in a better direction, and people want to shit on him for actually doing something to try and make a difference. Like, we can burn this shit to the ground all day long, and people can shit all over a forest fire, but you don't recognize that at the end of the forest fire, there's a lot of new growth and healthy change that can come from that. We can all become aware of how positive an effort can be to move in the right direction. We can also learn from people's mistakes, but at least he's fucking flipping tables and doing
Wrong.
something.
Just stop borrowing, stop spending. Spend $5 trillion a year. Stop spending $7 trillion a year. Spend what we take in taxes. Are we fucking stupid? Stop spending what we don't have. Stop borrowing. Stop spending.
Exactly. Like Chris was saying, if we're repeating the same thing over and over, I mean, that's at some point that's just stupid. You got to, especially since we're 37 trillion in debt.
People love to celebrate mediocrity. They love to celebrate somebody who can look good on paper but not do shit behind the scenes.
Exactly.
Our entire country has been begging, pleading for change. We want this country to be burned to the ground and start from scratch. Well, we actually have somebody who has the balls to try to make change, good, bad, or otherwise.
Right or wrong.
I can respect the fact that we have somebody who's willing to put his ass on the line and do something. And again, we can learn from that.
Asses on the line, as it were. But okay.
As it were, I mean, that's what every politician is in there. But most politicians get into their position and do shit.
Don't do anything.
They don't do shit, but speak the game and like. But they don't do shit to try to make real change. Our country is desperate for real change.
Well, why do we show elections all the time? We already know that dynamic still exists. That pattern has existed since elections was created, and we have gotten nothing from politicians except for pre-election campaign rhetoric, and then they just do the same damn shit. And then we fall in line. And we're saying it even during the Trump administration.
Look at Obama. Obama was a beautiful orator.
We don't have to go that far back.
No, I will respect the fact that he was a beautiful orator. He was a respectful man, but he didn't do shit for our economy.
We can go back to the last two terms of Trump. When we said his first term that wait till the midterm.
We only had one term.
Wait till the midterms. Can I finish? Wait till the midterms. We're going to change some shit to the midterms. Nothing happened. And now we're saying the same thing. And now we're saying the same thing in his second term. Wait till the midterms. And nothing's going to happen.
We don't have to wait for shit. Let's be honest.
Give me a second. Because history will always tell us that regardless of who we put in power, the shit's going to stay the fucking same. Nothing's going to get resolved.
First
term. The status quo will always be the status quo. We always uphold the status quo. Our vote don't mean shit.
Can we be, if we're being, not being disingenuous, we're going to acknowledge first term.
You didn't even hear what I had to say.
I did.
So how are you going to respond? You did not, because you were talking while I was trying to make my point. My point was,
I can receive and also respond in a way that not everybody's capable of.
We were all dependent on the midterms. In second term, we are now still dependent on the midterms, where we already acknowledge that regardless of term, with midterm or term, we're never going to get what we want from politicians. Even when they tell us
the majority of presidents understand that
you never get that. And I know you heard me.
Most presidents, and I respect and hear what you said, and I can do two things at once, in spite of the fact that I'm a female and I'm a blonde.
You should have respect for other people.
I can acknowledge that first-term presidents have to be mindful of the fact. First-term presidents have to be mindful of the fact that they want to be elected for the second term. He was also elected during the time of the pandemic, which tied his hands in 1,000 different ways because we were under siege. Like, this was a unique situation that most presidents have never been put under. The fact that he was like willing and interested to take on the bullshit, like liberal attacks of the political warfare that he was under, and the bullshit of the attacks of like fake attacks within the judicial system to try to tie his hands and silence him. He still came back and said, you know what, the second term, I have no fucks to give. I'm going to come out and I'm actually going to stand behind the things that I said I was going to do. I'm going to actually put forth into action the shit that I've said. People want change. Good, bad, or otherwise, he's a fucking shit show as a human being, but the man does what he said he was going to do. And there's a level of respect that I have for somebody that doesn't show up and look pretty on paper. And be like, yeah, I can like be proud of like the person that I said I was going to be, and I can represent our country. No, he has flipped tables in the temple. He has shown that if I said America says they want change, I'm going to do it, and I'm going to show it, and I'm going to give you examples of how I'm going to do it. We can learn from the ugly, we can learn from the good, but at least he's doing what he said he was going to do. He has the balls to stand up and put forth change. I can respect and appreciate that.
And I can respect and appreciate that too. If he says he's going to bring back mental institutions and insane asylums, I'm just 100% behind that. If he said that, pre-election, if he said that, but he's doing it now. He's going to bring back those institutions. I'm 100% for that. That is almost 100% white. Has nothing to do with me, but I think it's necessary, because of the mass shootings going on. He said, to hell with all the corruption in the Medicaid environment, and so he's shutting down all his funding to nursing homes, which is 100% white women, white people.
All right, let's go easy on the racism, Kia.
Look what I put in the chat. This is the famous Warren Buffett quote. He wrote, I could end the deficit in 5 minutes. You just pass a law that says anytime there's a deficit of more than 3% of GDP.
Even though I brought up racism, my point is not racism. It is that I don't believe that any white person would have voted for Trump if they understood how much it would have affected them.
Hello?
Affected them. They were focused on immigration.
I'm so glad I voted for Trump.
Because everything else is really a detriment to white bodies and not, which is
why do you feel that focusing on the fact that illegal immigrants stealing from the actual
people of America and stealing from our tax dollars is a way that he's not trying to protect making America great again. Like, I love how people love to fight. They love to use the argument.
I addressed that. And the way I addressed that was, yeah, he's doing the immigration thing. I already said that, right? Because that became the crux of all of his promises, even though he had made tons of different promises. That became the crux of evidence of him bringing to fruition what he promised. What we didn't anticipate, right, was all the things that he's still doing, which bringing back the insane asylums.
Hello?
God, are we gonna hyperfixate on something that is so minor? Where is he taking that? Where is he actually implementing the insane asylums? And where is he committing illegal?
There is an applying of what he's doing across the board.
Where is he doing it?
Not just tackling.
Where is this happening? I feel like this is fake news.
Not just tackling.
Ejaculate.
It's fake news. Where is he implementing?
With all due respect.
What he's doing is affecting y'all.
Kaya, I'm not afraid of white people, black people, or anybody in between being impacted by an insane asylum if they deserve to be there. But show me where he.
I did. Show
me where he's implementing this.
I did. You just weren't listening.
Hello?
And here where you're actually showing receipts on how he's implementing an insane asylum that is incorporating.
Hillary Clinton literally said she wanted to put all of Trump supporters in free education camps. Do you remember that?
Susan Rice just said the same thing, that we should send conservatives and Republicans to re-education camps or put them in prison. Susan Rice just said that on social media. Hello?
And Camel Toe Harris also jumped on every fucking bandwagon that Trump did to try to get her supporters, even though we were like, hello, which side are you on? To try to get the American public to because she is swayed by every fucking thing that Trump got people on board with.
Camel Toe Harris was never a candidate for presidency. It wasn't until...
Do you regret voting for Trump?
Until Biden started picking his own fucking nose.
She can't hear questions. She's on her own planet. Hello?
Be a presidential candidate. So you can do all you fucking want to.
She had the Democratic Party so far up her ass puppeteering things.
Kia, do you regret voting for Trump? Is that what you were saying earlier?
I didn't know she voted for Trump.
Okay.
Huh?
I didn't hear it. Go ahead.
No one heard that. What you did hear is what I said. Camel Toe Kamala was never a candidate. It wasn't until Biden was picking his nose and blowing fucking bubbles.
Yeah, Kamala Harris didn't run for president. We forgot history already. Tim Walz wasn't the vice president. Hello?
To be and represent a goddamn thing.
Did you vote for Trump?
The focus is on Trump because Trump became the only candidate that we followed through the campaign to be valid worth of goddamn thing, even though
the Electoral College voted President Trump the president, not the people. It's the Electoral College that elects the president. Hello?
One question.
He is focused on Minnesota. The immigration problem is Minnesota is so far beyond the problem. It is the West Coast. It's probably the Midwest. It's probably New York, but it's certainly not goddamn Minnesota.
Hello? You ain't heard of little Somaliland in Minneapolis? They got 1 million Somalians. Hello?
That actually seems like a very ignorant point of view if you don't understand the level of illegal immigration in Minnesota.
That's only one point in his campaign.
Why is that irrelevant?
Because you want to focus at one point on his presidency during his campaign, and he's doing other things, and I mentioned other things.
One of the primary points he ran on was illegal immigration, was it not?
Medicaid, when most of the people who...
He defunded Medicaid? No!
Legal immigrants. This is happening besides ICE activity is
don't play the straw man. Don't play the straw man.
Hello?
One of the primary issues that Trump ran on was illegal immigration. if the illegal immigration is high, is a high level, there's a high problem in Minnesota. Don't pretend like you don't understand that illegal immigration can only happen in Mexico or in New York or in California. Like, let's not be disingenuous here. Let's acknowledge the fact that people can be immigrating into whatever areas they feel like is safe for them to move into.
Lord, what's another topic? What's another topic you ran on? Good Lord, what's another topic? Shit.
Do you think illegal immigration was not one of the top forums that he stood on?
What's another topic that he ran on that he's supporting? What's another motherfucking one?
Getting men out of women's bathrooms. Getting men out
You know
of
what?
women's
You know what his
sports.
primary forum,
That's
his
all you
primary
fucking
focus
got is
was
immigration?
making America great
That's all
again.
you fucking got is immigration? What else
Making America great again.
Supporting right
People
now.
want to shit on Trump because he wants to focus on immigration. Guess what? You have the entire group of people within and without the United States that acknowledge that there are countries out there like the high GDP rate of Sweden, that they're like, oh, they are living their best lives. You know what? Sweden also is one of the highest, if not strictest, countries out there to protect their public, to protect their citizens from immigration. Because you know what? They want to take the tax dollars and all of the values that come into their country and that are within their country, they want to distribute it to their citizens. They don't want to share it with illegal immigrants that are trying to steal from the country's citizens that deserve it. They want to honor and support and make sure that humanity within their country is being supported and being valued and being given every opportunity to be happy within that country. And yet here in America, we're being shit on because we're saying, oh, he's an asshole because he's allowing ICE to restrict illegal immigrants from coming in and stealing from our country's citizens. Don't speak out of both sides of your mouth. Understand there's a give and there's a take.
What other issue besides immigration? Because we have a different conversation. We can have a whole conversation about that. I don't know why we waste our time on that because he's not doing a whole bunch there. It's more show and power and power flex than goddamn real shit. Besides immigration, what else has he made his promise on? What else?
Put a list down there. Look, try it. Just put a list down there.
What else?
So,
do you want to talk about tariffs?
Okay, hello? Is my mic on? Hello?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I wanted to talk about the insane asylums, but Chaya Gish gallops a lot. So Trump signed an executive order last summer, and what it was about was taking homeless people off of the streets, giving more resources to states to try and get the homeless people that are dealing with drugs and mental health issues, getting them committed involuntarily, because some of these states were allowing these people to live homelessly and do drugs all over the streets. That's one thing last summer that he started doing. Murder rate has dropped 20% this in 2025. We had this argument last night, me and Beaver's room, me and Coco did and stuff like that. It literally has gone down to 4 murders per 100,000. That's a drop of a total from 5 murders of 100,000 from the year before. 20%. It's a huge drop. Now, someone was trying to say it's record-breaking. I don't know what the record is, but it's extremely significant to see such a drop-off in that time frame. What he's done with forcing these universities to have to stop allowing men with mental health issues in women's sports. He's been tightening the grip on certain universities doing this. Trump ended.
Those men don't have no health problems. Those are women. Get your pronouns straight.
Trump did end the Israeli-Palestinian conflict that was going on. He did capture Maduro. He has lowered inflation down to 1%, which is literally the lowest in our lifetime.
We're asking for campaign promises versus what he is fulfilling. We're not asking all the shit that he did, whether we agree with it.
He's moving the needle. He's making active and intentional change.
I don't know what Crystal's on, but Joe, we're talking about
these are the things we're supposed to do.
These are the things. So many politicians are out there speaking out of their ass, doing anything they can to get into power, and then do shit with it. We actually have a president who's willing to put everything on the line, good, bad, or otherwise, to try and create change. People can shit on him for terrorists. People can shit on him for ICE. People can shit on him for all of these changes he's attempting to make.
We didn't sign up for America, for Greenland being American fucking property, or Maduro being fucking arrested while the rest of the cartel really crazy property.
Maybe your small mind cannot acknowledge or appreciate what he's trying to see big picture. Maybe you cannot acknowledge or appreciate what he's trying to do big picture.
Those are not his campaign.
Okay, we don't need to get shit. We don't need to get shit out. Hold on, we gotta go one. We gotta go one issue at a time. We talked about Greenland in his first term. And I gotta ask you, out of curiosity, how many Trump rallies have you attended?
No, his first term was over with.
No, he did, but he did talk about Greenland. You're saying that you didn't vote for this. I don't even think you voted for this. How many campaign rallies have you actually listened to where he was making these promises and talking to us about what he was planning to do? How many rallies have you actually watched from beginning to end?
You a question. The question is how many campaigns. It doesn't matter what I know. What I'm asking you guys is what campaign promises.
No, I just asked you a question.
I don't care.
I've given an answer. They just said you weren't them, but you don't have anything to actually learn from. You don't actually listen to him in any of his campaign rallies.
I've asked you directly, what campaign promises has he fulfilled in this term that he promised us in this campaign, in
welfare
campaign,
terrorist,
immigration,
illegal immigration. That's three massive ones that the majority of presidents have never stood behind.
We didn't sign up for Maduro being fucking
welfare.
Okay, what else?
Welfare, tariffs, and illegal immigration are three massive ones that no other president that has been in office prior has even attempted to achieve growth. What do you mean, what else?
Yes, what
else? What did Obama do?
Hold on. Getting men out of women's sports, getting men out of women's bathrooms. He promised that. Abortion.
Research free.
DEI and gender theory out of the curriculum in the elementary school.
He did. He talked about that. He promised these things, and he's put these executive orders in place.
Actually lived
I was right for a second. Now you guys digress. But you were talking about
we digressed, or we responded to your specific question.
You did not.
We proved you wrong yet again. Stick your lumps.
And I was hearing my answer, and then it got derailed by Crystal showing up here talking about fucking immigration. But I was hearing new things.
You asked for specifics on what he is actually making active change that he promised.
Coming off the mic and not adding to the conversation while you guys were. So I would love to hear more of his campaign promises that he's following through on. Crystal has no voice in this because she keeps repeating her fucking self. But I've heard new things. I'd like to hear more. What else?
Everybody besides Crystal, Kitover, Joe, and myself, please answer that question. Go ahead. What is Trump and what campaign is promising?
Apparently, I'm only digressing, and I can't add anything positive or fruitful to the conversation.
Voiceover's got it. Go for it. What do you got?
He didn't promise the first step back, but
Political powers dying.
All right. And did you say something already or no?
Man will never inherit my domain.
And talked about the curriculum, getting all also DEI. She talked about Trump didn't promise to end DEI, and he has done that in the federal workforce.
Okay, Devin, you just wrote
Transgenders out of the military. We got a lot of them.
Got it. Devin, did you want to add to our list? Not really. Okay, that's on Devin. Marshall, do you want to contribute? You think Trump has done anything, right? Or at least his campaign promises? No. Well, I mean, he's fulfilled his campaign promise on the border. Being like 60,000 some people in 7 days to get being 3,000 people a month. So he's done that. He got struck down on the tariffs, but he's going to use other authority under the 1974 Trade Act. I don't know. Probably some things he get taken care of, like Mexico building a wall, but he also did things like what I just suggested and carried that through. So, okay. Yeah, probably like a bag of things he promised and hasn't been able to do, and things he promised and he's done. Okay. I mean, Chaya, is that like, that's more than zero, right? And maybe not as much as you would hope, but it is what that is, right? Or do you just disagree with what everybody's saying or something?
I appreciate that information. I'm appreciative of it, even though there are far more things outside of this campaign that he has done that's detrimental to our sovereignty and constitution and all that other dumb shit. I can agree one. But it is that no. But I will appreciate that you all have things. No, I just don't. I don't want to.
Just name one.
I'm trying to give you credit for what I heard in the last 5 minutes, and I appreciate that Matt allowed that discourse to happen for me specifically. That you guys are appreciative more outside of just immigration, but some of the other dumb shit that I think he did, that he campaigned for, that you guys voted for, I appreciate that part 100%. So thank you guys. There are other things that I know y'all didn't vote for that he is doing that goes against your detriment, that raises concerns.
What things did we vote against?
Okay, so the idea. So here's the one. Who's asking that question? Because I don't want you to interrupt me when I'm answering this question. The thing about the insane asylums, and forget about, because I mentioned they are the Medicaid and the nursing homes. That directly affects y'all, and that wasn't part of the campaign. You have elderly people coming home and you don't know how to consume them, by and large. And that's a burden 100,000 times over. You being nursemaids to people you had no intentions of being nursemaids to because of his administration. Number two, the insane asylums weren't mental health hospitals. They were torture environments where you had shot goddamn treatments and they didn't have an answer for your illnesses. That is a 100% white thing. And to suggest that it was implemented as a result of the homeless coming off the streets might have been a great predisposition or a supposition, but the idea that the wording in the bill or whatever, the bill was so loose that it encapsulated that encapsulated all of us as opposed to just homeless people is the most problematic of that directive. The directive suggests that any person who's been diagnosed with a severe mental illness, despite its homeless status, is subject to being institutionalized in these hospitals that had no regard. That had no regard. Can I finish? See, that had no regard for mental health, but torture instead. That is a historic thing. That's why it was banned. That's why Trump can say it went away. It had a right to go away because it was torture and not healthcare. Him bringing it back is not solving the problem of torture versus healthcare. It is just bringing back the torture aspect of it. And all of us, when I say all of us, it's majority white people who are subjected to this particular diagnosis and that type of particular torturistic. That is what I was trying to
understanding of somebody being subjected
when everybody else is talking, they are not interrupted. I know that
you've gone on for 27 minutes.
I am the target. I know that I am the target in this room. And I'm asking for respect. So let me finish. If you ask me a question, I've been on mute.
You're playing.
And I want you to be quiet. Because I'm not.
I want you to land your plane.
I am not more interested in talking on this stage that you are listening to me. So I just want to finish. I hear you still off mic, Miss Immigration thing. The idea that he's come up with even more additional things that have more of a detriment to your existence than, I don't know, homeless fucking people, immigrants who will never get they will never get deported because corporate America relies on it. American consumerism relies on it to keep the prices down on goods. Even though we rely on it, we will never see an eradication of immigrants in this country. We know that shit, right? And then we want to ignore that fact that his muscle flexing is actually, solving some immigration shit, and it's not, because we don't have the manpower, we don't have the couple of resources to get rid of all these legal immigrants. Nor do we have the balls or the incentive to deprive all these corporations who are benefiting to do something goddamn different. But that aside, we have other laws that are showing up across his campaign that he is putting into law that affects you guys in a cycle. But you're so
Why is it you versus me? Why is it black versus white? Why is this racism being in this firm? You said you people.
She has more. What are you talking about? She's not here.
Did you ask her to clarify? Did you ask her to clarify you people?
She was referring to white people.
Marshall, she identifies as a black separatist.
Yes, that's who you're talking to. So just.
I'm just saying, before you make an assumption, at least ask to clarify, because the majority of people in the room are hearing what she's saying when she's saying you people. She's made reference to white people.
Yeah.
You're white people. She said it multiple times, so I'm not even trying to be make some ignorant inference.
Let me
Did you mean white people, or did you just mean us people on the stage?
Either way.
Crystal needs a break. She needs a coffee break, or I don't know, rice cake.
I've had enough caffeine. Thank you. Thank you for your suggestion.
You need something else. I don't know. You need something else. I don't know what you need. Just
I need you to take a pause and not hog the stage and allow other people to have an interesting dialogue.
Marshall, I appreciate that you heard me when other people on the stage couldn't hear me. So thank you, Marshall.
Okay, wait a minute.
What are you talking about? We all heard you. Hello?
Let me summarize kind of where she was going and see if she has a point. So I guess her argument is that, there are things that Trump has done that we didn't vote for, literally in the campaign. That's her main argument. I mean, things like Maduro and what were the other couple things that she mentioned? I forget. But yeah.
Second asylum.
Okay, asylum. Okay. Okay, so does that? So
he did run on it. Hold on, Matt.
Okay,
He did run on insane asylums. However, what he put into the executive order is not an expansion of rebuilding insane asylums, as Chaya has been implying all night long. She's completely missing
misapplying what Trump's actually done.
It's pronounced Chaya.
Right. So, and then that does that make Trump a bad president? Is what she's asking us in that way, because since he's voting or he's doing things that we didn't vote for, but that could go for like a lot of presidents, right, Chaya? I mean, you're not saying it's just Trump. Right?
It's pronounced Chaya. She's Jewish, and if you read what Beaver wrote, blacks are 2 to 4 times more likely to be diagnosed with schizophrenia.
Because the reason I came into this conversation, Matt, is because you all said while I was on mute that we are not getting anything from our politicians. It's the same old after every election. That's what you guys said.
But what do you want to be different? That's the question. Hello?
That's how I ended up in this conversation, because I was trying to agree with you guys that we don't get what we want from our politicians. Historically, we never have.
Well, if you were the leader of the people, what would you give we the people? What would your top 3 priorities be?
So the thing is, like, we clearly disagree that Trump is not a politician, but clearly you think the opposite on that. You think that he's your typical politician, and I think that's where the rubber meets the road. Like Crystal's been saying, he's the China, China bowl in the tea shop or whatever. What's the saying on that? I forget. It's late. But bull, yeah.
He does what he actually says he's going to do.
Yeah, well, there we go.
He literally put his ass on the line, and he's doing it. He's saying, when America is crying out, we want you to make real change, he's stepping up and he's doing it, good, bad, or otherwise. Right. So you can at least respect the fact that man is actually trying to put real change into place. And again, we can all learn from that. I'm not saying that liberals can't learn from this, that Republicans can't learn from this, but at least there's an effort and an attempt to truly try something different, because America is tired of complacency. We're tired of lazy, lying politicians getting into their position and doing nothing. I feel like I'm speaking for the majority of America, good, bad, or otherwise. We don't necessarily want Trump to be our, personal, we don't agree with him as a human. He's kind of a despicable man, but at the end of the day, he's still doing what he said he would do, which is respectable when it comes to politicians. He's not a lying piece of shit.
You were wrong about the Kia. Blacks are 2 to 4 more times likely to be diagnosed with schizophrenia. So you said that's a white issue. Insane asylums, that's not true.
So Beaver, I can't see you on stage, but I think that's you talking because I saw it in the chat. I want you to look up why Black people are diagnosed with schizophrenia. Black people are diagnosed with schizophrenia starting in the 60s because of their defiance to white rule, their opposition to white rule. And if you didn't believe in that shit and you were defiant, they labeled you schizophrenic.
Well, I mean, that's fine. Even if that's true, the issue still impacts them. If they're getting diagnosed,
hospitalized because of that.
If you get diagnosed and sent to an insane asylum, that's better than being released on the street.
You weren't
in prison
because you didn't get hospitalized.
I think we should just be locking people up.
You didn't get hospitalized simply because of a diagnosis. You got hospitalized because you were acting out in a way that the system needed to rectify. That was an all white story. It wasn't a black story.
So
they just labeled it.
A fair question to you is: would you rather somebody go to a hospital?
I didn't interrupt you at all.
Would you rather somebody be put in the hospital and be offered the opportunity
someone asked me a question, and I was on mute. Someone asked me a question. I'm trying to answer you.
You're talking,
and I did.
No, Kia, I was just teaching you. I was educating you that blacks are affected just as much, if not more, on that issue. But it was a white issue.
I was educating you because you asked me the question. You didn't.
No, but I'm educating you. I'm the educator. You're the student.
You asked me a question. I'm okay.
I told you.
Whatever you want to say on stage.
I asked you a question. I told you a fact.
So is it differentially beneficial or harmful to black people or white people?
Depends on the mental institution you're in. A big reason we closed in mental facilities in most of the United States during the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s is because these places had a history of abuse. They had a history of torture. You know, at one point, you used to be able to get your wife committed if she was a little too emotional. Or you could get your freedom taken away from you as a woman if you were, quote, too excitable. You could have your freedom taken. They also use things like electric shock, which have limited uses diagnostically. They also treated a lot of people in their care in a very bad way. It's a big reason why we broke off from that mental health care system. Because it
People in power can abuse the power.
didn't end up being a place where we served people with mental issues. It ended up being a place where we just housed weird people.
People in power can abuse the power. Let's be honest. But let's also be honest. Would you be safer in a healthcare regulated facility that's like, you know what, you may have issues that may seem outside the norm versus a prison?
Not if actually, you know what? I've heard from people from prison
to say some shit like versus a prison
in a decent way. No.
Well, no, I heard from. Sorry.
The idea to improve on mental health is not in there.
Father.
Well, I heard from people that were in prison because sometimes the conversation will come up as far as insane asylums and hey, gee, he's going to the crazy house. And from what I learned from talking to these people, the people that have actually been at these places, they say that those crazy places are the worst. So I mean, you know, for.
Lee Wall wanted to jump in. Hold on. Lee Wall wanted
to cut him off.
Hold on 1 second. Lee Wall wanted to let's get a new voice in. Go ahead, Lee.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I'll be brief. Peace to the space. Peace to the moderators. Good to see Matt Beaver, Pepe, and Chaya Marshall. I just want to give a big shout out to Chaya. She's an incredible human being. It's always enjoyable to listen to her. The more I listen to her and hear about her struggle, where she stands, and I just encourage people to be respectful and humble, and you know, just as we practice democracy and we truly believe in it, don't bully people, don't berate people, don't cut people off and treat them like shit. You know, we all have something to learn from each other. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. I think everybody's been pretty respectful for the sensitive topics that we all touch. I do appreciate that. Thanks, Lee Wall, for that. Yeah.
I do have to admit, there is one promise that Trump has not fulfilled, and that was putting Hillary Clinton in jail, lock her up. But I think that there's something. I think that, I don't know. It ain't over till it's over.
I think it may wanted to be.
It might still be happening.
If he had been able to lock her up,
I just want to say that.
in the first year.
What Devin Nunes released in October of 2025 regarding Obama is very damning information. It was the document that allegedly, when Biden's DOJ and FBI raided Trump's house, what they were trying to find, which has all the evidence about the crossfire hurricane, which is the Russia collusion narrative and how it was orchestrated.
By the way, you can timestamp this. That part of the whole thing is still going to come out before Trump has left office. So, you know, people talk about impeachment, blah, 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 that potentially could come up. Trump probably has some goods that he will wait till, you know, what do you call it, not pull the trigger, the other word, but basically he could probably lay out some pretty nasty stuff. So just keep that in mind, people, what you wish for. There's a lot more that's going to come out.
Support what you're saying and say, like, at this point, he has no fucks to give.
That's where I was
And
going.
if he truly wanted to, I would love to see him, if he wants to clean house, do a forensic audit on all the political, leadership. And if he wanted to expose the bullshit,
That has to be done by Congress, and Congress is not going to agree to do that.
why would he need Congress's support to do
Because
the
in
shit
order to
that
investigate politicians are sitting in Congress.
Congress doesn't investigate politicians. What are you talking about?
I was going to say, all he has to do is create a legitimate reason to invoke a political audit of the people who have been in power, and if he wants to expose the bullshit and the shady ways that people in power have been abusing the system, all he has to do is incur a forensic audit.
So, Marshall,
that's irrelevant, or that's incapable. He's incapable of doing that. I find that to be hard to believe.
Did he enforce an age limit on people who can run for Congress? Isn't that kind of like the same thing? Because it's old people who are proud to. He didn't do that.
That's absolute nonsense. That's absolute nonsense.
Fake news.
We don't even need to get
That's fake news.
So just real quick, can I just add to my statement? Hold on, let me. So the thing is, I think that Trump is acting as as bad as people might think on the other side. I do think that Trump has a lot more than we know, and is going full ham on a lot of things. And so it makes it look like he's, obviously, and they're doing it unhinged. So, but he can do that because of the goods he might have. I'm just throwing that out there as an option to think about. I do think there's a lot more at play here. He can do whatever he wants in a way. So, in a way. So,
well, second term, he has nothing to lose because he doesn't need to get reelected. And the fact that he does have a Congress is not going to put him in a gridlock. They're going to have some checks and balances, but there is still a supportive system that's if we're going to put real change into place, we're going to support the effort and the initiative to try to do so.
There's a lot of things. It's a lot more. It's a lot more.
Checks and balances.
A lot more nefarious than that. It's literally saying, "Hey, I got such a deck of cards on you guys. I can probably just wield my hammer around this place, and you guys can't do anything about it." I know that's for a bench, Marshall. I get it.
I know a lot of people want to chime in. I'm chiming in after Matt.
I know Marshall's going to come off the mic and go, "What the fuck is this guy talking about?" The thing is, I do believe that he does have some leverage on some things. Okay, it's just as Joe probably knows, and we know these documents are out there, and they're damaging. They're literally structurally damaging. Like they can literally damage the whole institution if it's played right. And maybe Trump will have to go there. He'll have to go to the dustbin of history.
So interesting
but
about AI.
I know that he has some stuff, guys.
Apparently it's smart enough to spill coffee on it.
And that's why you're seeing him act the way he is.
And he has no bucks to give because at the level, I truly believe that when.
Yeah, okay, so look, we know he's got no fucks to give. Look, today, Susan Rice worked for Obama. She threatened and said that they will seek retribution on anyone that supports Donald Trump during this period in time. The heat is getting ratcheted up. It was just a few months ago, and it's not going to go away, that Tulsi Gabbard, head of NAS, came out and said that she has all the goods on the corruption and the crimes that the Obama administration committed. So, Marshall, when you say that that Trump can't do this, he certainly can go after Obama and staff members, especially when they're already ratcheting up the heat, saying that they're going to seek retribution when they get power back. What do you say now?
right now from the Biden administration. I don't think two people issuing retribution is the way to run a country. It puts people's personal views ahead of the country's views. I would prefer politicians bury that shit and just get.
I don't care about what you prefer. My question was, why don't you said Trump can't do this. I want to know why you don't think Trump can do this.
Why don't I think he can just investigate politicians at will? Because the Congress will have something to say about being investigated, and they're the body.
They have. Okay, are you familiar with what Tulsi Gabbard released last year?
Say that last part again.
Tulsi Gabbard released from NAS information. She's director of NAS. Information in regards to the corruption that Obama did when at the transition of 2016. Why do you think that these departments can't investigate that? Because they have been without Congress.
Typically in our system, we don't investigate politicians of the opposite party because it creates a tit-for-tat atmosphere. Once people don't want to work together, what they want to do is fuck each other over.
I don't know.
So, Marshall, may I speak for one moment? Marshall, when we had Trump out of office and we had the other party fully coming for him in every way, shape, and form, they could try to apply like legitimate pressure against him. Why was that constitutionally acceptable? But then you have somebody else who's saying that there are constitutional rights being compromised across the board. Why should we not be all exposed to fair game? How is that acceptable?
Rights are being deprived across the board. For example, the 1st, the 4th, the 3rd, the 17th, the 22nd, which one?
How many of the constitutional rights were compromised when people came for Trump when he wasn't even in office?
No. I asked you to tell me what rights we got rid of. And then I gave you some examples that you could claim.
We should all have rights. That's how many rights were compromised? How many rights would
be? Answer you.
Hiya, I'm speaking to Marshall.
Answer his question so he can answer you.
I'm speaking to Marshall directly. Thank you.
You a clarifying question so he can answer your
asking
question.
Marshall how many of those rights were compromised when they came for Trump, trying to find a valid way to attack.
About? You need to be specific. Just saying rights might be good enough for your little group of friends, but it's not good enough for me. I need to know what rights you think he violated.
Answer the question.
Which is why I gave you an example. The First Amendment, Second Amendment, the Third Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th.
The Jews didn't like
Which one of those did he violate? Which one of those were violated?
Crystal, is it the immigration one?
What about when they raided his home?
So raiding his compound, trying to justify an opportunity to find some level of.
That's not an invasion of Constitution.
How valid is it? There is no constitutional background to justify that right to try to come for information that he was given as a president that no other president has been put under that level of scrutiny, be required to say.
Johnson both were.
Marshall, you Trump, it's obvious.
No. Very specific set of questions. She said rights are being violated.
I just told you one. I just gave you one.
Yeah, legal search and seizure. You're saying it is about the warrant. However, hold on. If it was proven that the warrant, If it was proven that the warrant was granted under false pretenses through lies, now that changes the story. That they lied to the courts. If that comes out and Trump's able to prove that they lied to the courts to get that warrant, now it is a legal search and seizure.
Also, they spied on him, his campaign with the Pfizer warrant, which was given under false pretenses. That was the first go around. So how are you going to, you can't go out of that one for sure.
That's not a right.
Yes, it is.
Okay, you have right to fight. It's not a right. It's certainly right. Hold on, Marshall. Hold on, Marshall. Real quick, Marshall, I need to ask you a constitutional question. Do you think rights are what's only written in the Constitution?
I think as it says those rights not listed in the Constitution are not seen to be given, or not seen to not be given to the state or to the people. And I believe the 9th Amendment says that rights.
Yeah, it's clear that more rights are enumerated to us outside of what's just written in the Constitution.
I asked for one, nobody answered me.
I just gave you one.
Illegal search and seizure. Where for everything we know, they got a legal warrant.
Not for the first one, not for spying on. What are you talking about?
That's not. Do you know anything about what Tulsi Gabbard released on any of this? This happened a few months ago, Marshall. Are you familiar with the current event of that at all?
You mean the stuff that she released that showed that the Obama administration was screwing around in ways they shouldn't have been?
Yes, that's what we're talking about. That's like the whole topic of this segment.
Yes, but that isn't a right. Your right to privacy is a penumbra of rights. It's officially put under.
I don't even know what you're responding to right now. Literally, what are you responding to about we're talking about the illegal search and seizure that they presented information to falsely get a warrant to search him for documents that were not related to the warrant. And Devin Nunes, in October, Devin Nunes came out after the document, Trump declassified the document, and Devin Nunes went on Maria Bartiromo and talked about that document. And you can still find that. That was just a few months ago.
Yeah, dude, I heard that. It's bad. But if all you can come up with is his tariffs, then he's not really restricted.
No one's even talking about tariffs. What are you speaking for? Marshall, you sounded...
Not the tariffs. It's confusing. If what we're talking about is spying on a campaign, which we all agree is bad and which we've all already litigated, then sure, the president could do something about that, but he's chosen not to. Aside from that...
We're not even talking about the spying. We're talking about them raiding Mar-a-Lago under Biden. Why didn't you stay on one topic?
That warrant was not legal. That warrant went through a judge and got authorized by a federal judge. Which you have, nobody has proven to me, or the rest of the world, that warrant.
Do you feel warrant did not compromise the civil rights?
Was due process. And thus would not make it valid.
Marshall, if you're all about legality, you're all about nomenclature.
You never answered to Marshall's question to begin with.
He doesn't need a white knight, Kyra.
The only reason other people are talking.
How about you take a sidestep and you allow somebody to speak to them directly? I'm not talking to you.
The only reason everybody else is talking to Marshall is because you couldn't answer his question to you. A clarifying question to you. And then you stayed on mute while everybody else did something you couldn't fucking do. Is have a real conversation with Marshall.
We're trying to talk ideas right now. You don't have to attack. Okay, Marshall, what was the pretense of what they were raiding Mar-a-Lago for? Do you even remember that?
Claiming that he kept classified documents. You're missing my point, which is
the president kept classified documents.
Claim that he violated that warrant was not issued on proper authority, then we should have some proof for that, which we don't.
So we now know what document it was.
At what point do we also acknowledge that the due process and civil rights were compromised?
I agree that in 2016, the due process rights were compromised by taking in front of a FOIA court that didn't have the business to hear the thing in the first place. I agree with that.
What about the rule of law and checks and balances? Was that also compromised?
The rule of law and checks and balances, no more than what we do in return.
She's trying to sound smart, Marshall.
No, it's not that. It's just
no, she's just trying to sound
the Republicans are not free of this behavior, too. It's not like the Democrats are the only people that have ever illegally used surveillance equipment on their own.
So are we justifying tit for tat now?
No,
or are we acknowledging that rights are rights and rights are valid?
People have typically noticed. Right? And if we are talking about that warrant, then we still have to come up with a reason why that warrant is unlawful, which we haven't, and there's no proof of.
So real quick, I just Crystal's right in a way that's just tit for tat, and to Joe's point earlier, Marshall, I'm assuming you'll be on stages as fiery as you are right now when the Democrats, if they were to gain power again, go out and seek revenge on all Trump supporters as they've stated. I'm assuming that's what you'll do. You condemn that, right?
I will think it is as stupid as when the Republicans did.
Okay, just checking.
But he's not fiery though. He's really answering your questions level-headed and as succinct as possible and logical as possible. He's not bringing emotion into it.
You missed what I said. I said in the future, I hope he'll be as fiery as he has been in the past against Republicans.
Yes, not tonight.
A little bit tonight, but in the past.
But he's not being fiery in this conversation. I think what's missing, from what my perspective is missing, is more of his perspective. Because his perspective is more balanced. It's not rooted in white supremacy, American supremacy. It is,
Who's been speaking from a point of white supremacy?
And he is being, just like I was, he's being bombarded by the entire room, besides the person who engaged him, which was Crystal, who fell on
for actual legitimate rights.
And intimidated by what he said.
I was requested to bring to the table.
He acted very level.
You're white knighting. You're putting your cape on, but you're not acknowledging that nobody here is coming from a white perspective.
I love how Marshall is engaging this room in a way that the rest of us really aren't. He's coming with it with a clear mind, an unbiased mind.
Nobody's attacking Marshall for his inability to speak.
In a way that most of us on this room isn't. And so I appreciate Marshall's perspective.
I find it fascinating that you want to white knight for somebody that is actually, Marshall's very intelligent. I have spoken with him ad nauseum in the past.
I've spoken to Marshall ad nauseum in the past because you over-talk everybody, Crystal.
Okay, you can ask Marshall if you've had respectful and reasonable conversations in the past.
You haven't really heard his ass.
How about you stop talking and allow somebody else to speak for 1 minute?
Just to set the record straight. Crystal and I do not always agree, but we are usually able to keep the conversations respectful.
Thank you. Have I attacked you personally tonight, Marshall?
Who cares about attacking you personally? We're not talking about attacking you personally. We're talking about allowing someone to express their opinions without being fucking interrupted.
I didn't cut Marshall off.
If you ask him a question,
if you have any self-awareness, you'll recognize that I didn't cut Marshall off.
You do not have to be
Marshall, have I interrupted you once, Marshall?
You're still being
Marshall, have I interrupted or cut you off once?
The idea that you asked Marshall a question and then he asked you a clarifying question to answer.
Marshall,
you fell fucking silent.
I'm not speaking to you, Kaya. You're interrupting.
Silent. And that's
Marshall. Marshall, I'm not speaking to you. Marshall, have I cut you off once or interrupted or dismissed you or invalidated you?
No, you've not interrupted me at all tonight.
Okay.
And I've been able to keep my interruption minimum.
I've always respected and appreciated Marshall because he is a respectful person in this space. I have always respected and acknowledged.
To your clarifying question, she did not answer first, second, third, fourth, fifth, 12th. She didn't answer that clarifying question.
You just keep repeating yourself. You gotta try it. Let me ask you real quick, Chaya. Let me ask you a question, okay? Have you ever heard the famous saying that small minds talk about people, average minds talk about things, and great minds talk about ideas? Like, it's a lot better to talk about ideas, and that's what we're trying to discuss in this room.
I appreciate that, Joe. The problem is when we do that, Crystal keeps coming off the mic. Exactly what she just said.
I know you got a bigger mind.
The problem is
I know you can talk ideas, but you got to get this rage on Crystal over.
You asked me a question, Joe, didn't you? Did you ask me a question?
Do you know what the question is?
Did you ask me
Can you
a question?
repeat the question? Yes.
No,
Can you repeat Can you repeat the question? What did I ask you, Chaya? What did I ask you?
I was in the middle. Do I know the difference?
But what did I ask you, Chaya?
I'm in the middle, and now you want to argue with me.
So what I see it as is
allow me to answer without
you just
interruption.
wait until it's your turn.
And now you want to.
Don't make me tase you.
What the fuck? You asked me a question, and I'm the one. You asked me a question.
Kaya, what did
I don't want to engage with you, Joe.
Yeah, but what did I ask you? What question?
I
What question
prefer to
did I ask?
engage with that. I would prefer that Cindy and Marshall, you and Crystal are not someone I want to engage with. So you ask me a question, I stay on mute. Don't want to engage with you. You ask
What
me
did I ask you?
You don't want me to answer a question that you asked me? I don't have time for you.
Did I ask you a question? Did I make a statement that said we'd like to speak about ideas in this room? I remember making a statement.
You asked me if I knew the difference, but I'm not done with you,
I
Joe.
didn't ask that. I asked if you'd ever heard the quote before.
Question, right? That's a question, right? Is that a question?
But you didn't listen. You didn't listen to what the question was. You just went right back into attacking Crystal.
I don't want to
license and registration.
All right. Let's try to keep the conversation moving forward. Now I'm lost. Where were we? I mean, this is what happens with these.
Marshall was denying that Trump was right for violating.
Crystal didn't answer the question.
Don't mention. Come on, let's not mention names right now. Let's just keep it moving forward. Okay, Marshall. So is that right? You kind of denied a little bit of the obvious on that front, or I don't know. And yeah, of course.
No, I agree. One example, just not the other example. I agree. The first example about the FISA court. I don't agree about the warrant for Mar-a-Lago because we haven't shown that one was gained under duplicitous circumstances, right? If you can show me an article, if you can show me something that says that the Justice Department and the judge they got in front of did this under duplicitous circumstances, I'm more than willing to take another look at it. But I agree on one argument, just not the other argument.
So what if it comes out, and I think you're going to say yes, of course, that, this is what I think that Trump has on these folks, is that things have really, they went too far and they've been caught. But you would stand by and say, okay, that was wrong, right? You're not going to defend that, right?
No, of course not.
Okay.
I'm going to go ahead and be consistent about that. Misuse of power is wrong when Republicans do it. Misuse of power is wrong when Democrats do it. It's wrong.
Then should Trump do something about it?
As long as he follows the legal procedures set up for him through the DOJ, sure. I don't like political retribution, and as long as it's done under the proper process, I don't think anybody else will have a problem with it either.
I have a question for Marshall. Would you wear that cheetah jacket if you had to represent yourself pro se in a court?
Obviously, no.
Trump better lay down the law now because they're going to come after him. So he better, do it.
Even if you wore a black tie with the cheetah jacket, you don't think it would be appropriate for court?
No, of course not.
Have you ever gotten the cheetah jacket actually dry cleaned?
No, you're not supposed to wear a cheetah jacket in front of a judge. That's just tacky.
Tacky. I love it.
Don't you think, Marshall, don't you think Trump deserves to have his vengeance and retribution for how he was treated?
So I'm going to tell you how it's worked for me through 10 years of campaign politics. I have had two choices throughout my career. I could be emotional and or
time for a little stretch.
Right? And so I would rather not be emotional and get what I want versus exercise that catharsis. Do I think that you feel some righteous indignation over the lawfare that was applied to him? Certainly. And certainly you should be mad. I just don't find it productive to then go on a retribution campaign yourself, because it sets you up for things like this with the Democrats. The Democrats say, well, we're going to go retribution on you now, too.
They need to suffer, though. They have to pay for this, or it cannot stand.
If they violated the law legally, then we should...
They did. They spied on them.
If I may for a moment, like interject, like
Yes,
Marshall's a super rational Democrat for the most part. Like I truly mean that. I mean, he can hold his own. He actually.
You know, he's a Republican.
You realize he's a Republican, right, Crystal?
Yeah, but he strongly stands behind some very liberal rights, if we're being honest, right, Marshall? Like constitutionally.
So I am a fiscal conservative and a social liberal. So there's some stuff liberally I think just goes too far. Like I think for
So I'm trying to respect where you stand. You stand by the Constitution ultimately. Am I right?
Yes, but the Constitution and the laws of the land ultimately governed by the Constitution. Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So I'm not degrading you. I'm not personally attacking you. I actually have high respect for Marshall. And he understands the Constitution more than most that try to speak in these spaces. And what I will say is, I mean, I've been raised a hardcore, hard right Republican, but I also have some similar tendencies to want to lean a little bit more close to center when it comes to some rights and some issues. But when it comes to exposing fraud, when it comes to exposing people who abuse the system, I don't disagree whether we want to label it as like vindictive or unconstitutional. I don't disagree with the idea that I think the American public is so tired and shamed and like ready to flip the tables in the temple with exposing people who have been in power and abused the power. So I would say that if there is a constitutional way that we can all agree that we should expose the fraud, we can expose the abuse of power that people have taken. I mean, I hope that we can all be on the same page and agree that in this day and time, if we're going to burn down the temple, if we're going to burn down the government that has abused the system for far too long, perhaps we can all say, like, let's expose anybody and everybody who is abusing the system, and let's try to rebuild from a point of like, okay, if everybody's like at liberty to be put under the microscope and you've failed to succeed, you've failed to achieve what we have all said is agreeable and is right and is constitutionally acceptable, maybe you should all be burned down and we should start from scratch. I don't even care whether you're a liberal or you're a conservative. Like, if you're doing the wrong thing and you're abusing the power that you've been given by your community, by your states, by your voters, shouldn't we all be allowed to be put under that same microscope? And I'm not saying it even has to come from a big vindictive space.
I don't disagree. I don't. Hold on for a second. I don't disagree with you, Crystal. And I want to hear what you have to say. Hold on a second. I don't disagree with you just said, Crystal, although I don't like you. Because his first term, he said, I am benefiting as a rich man from all the tax laws that you have put in place that's corrupt and all the dumb shit. And I think we felt enchanted by Trump because of that, because he was always benefited from it, standing against the corruption of the status quo. He also said, however, that Black people need their own healthcare system. Somehow that's been overlooked by a lot of people except for me. Which was
if you want to provide the recorded receipts of that, I'm not going to.
I have to ask you to do a goddamn thing. So shut up, Crystal. So the idea that he has said he's challenged the status quo, and he's not afraid of pointing out. Shut up, Crystal.
Recordings.
Shut up, Crystal. No, you give me the recordings first, and then the idea
that on a bullshit clean.
Crystal, you've already exposed your idiocy.
Yeah, no, let's not be racist. Okay, just be nice.
I thought she was Black. Stop. I didn't say nothing about racism.
No, Obviously,
Pink Dog is black. Have you seen my PTR?
I started off by saying taxes, right? And then I said, but that black people need their own health care. What the fuck is racist about that? If we but knew. And then he said some other things. He said another point that I wanted to make, but I forgot what that other point was. But it all points to what Crystal said, even though I don't respect her, that his initial perspective is tearing down a system that doesn't work for any of us and reconstructing something that benefits all of us instead of just the minority.
Okay, you interrupted IM. Let's let IM speak. They haven't spoken this whole time.
I did. Is that no?
I'll let her land.
No, Matt would never do that, nor would Beaver. PP is not even on stage, and Stinny would not do that.
This isn't the masculine mansion, so you're not going to be protected at all costs.
I don't know what masculine mansion is.
I'll just jump in here for a minute.
You muted the whole thing, by the way, just let you know.
As an average American in this country, I am sitting here and I'm saying that I think that half of this is just asinine. I really don't care about the infighting between the parties. Let's get back to the people and the fact that people are spending time, literally, trying to get people fired, removed from office, etc., close down organizations that people do use. It's insane to me. Why not improve these organizations? Do some things need to change? Absolutely. But I'm sure whatever government organization is out there, they are providing a service to some demographic of American and helping some people. I'm sick of it, personally. That's just me. I don't really want to hear about the infighting, who's trying to, out them for doing this and that. How are you going to fix it? Because that's what I voted for. I want to put people in office that are working for the people. And it might not always be in my best interest, because I understand that there are different people out here in this world. Would it be great? Yes, things work for my sole purpose and interest? Great. But damn it, when I can sit around and say, this is not working for anybody, because I don't see a demographic of people cheering. I don't see anybody clapping. Nobody's happy about the protests happening up north with ICE, and that's all demographic and colors. Okay? Nobody's happy about the insurrection on January a couple years ago. Nobody's clapping on that. For real. None of this is uplifting America as a whole, regardless of what side you sit on. I want to see some progress. That's where I'm at with all of this. I'm sick of it. I want to be able to go to the grocery store and afford food. I want to be able to put the kids in school. I want to be able to get a house. Simple stuff. Scratch all the other extra drama. These are grown people at that. What is this back and forth? It's pettiness. You got one side that comes out with the bleach blonde blue body. It was funny. It was. And then all of a sudden, the other side will come out with the big, beautiful bill. It's petty. They going back and forth like children. Now, admit it, as adults, it's funny, until the real impact of it comes out. And it's us, every last one of us on this stage. Because after all said and done, we all have the same wants, innate wants and needs. You want health care, you want to take care of your family, you want to pay your bills, you want to have a halfway decent life, and maybe a couple of vacations in a boat if you can get it. And all this other bullshit is just bullshit.
I have a question. Are you running for president?
The only pushback is from Monica Lewinsky.
1 second. Jaya, give me a second. Hold on.
Jump in here.
Yeah, I can't hear you.
What's up, YB? You can see that.
What up, man? Yeah, I couldn't hear her over my Ethernet. She was complicated. Like my Ethernet switch system. Yeah, I am. Are you running for president? Because I think you actually understood and you actually beat the whole entire internet with what you said based on what we've been talking about and discussing this for the past 6 years on Clubhouse. Because a lot of these people are actually like sheep. And they want chaos in America, which is why they're trying to tear down a system that they clearly don't benefit from. And then they leave their jobs and they put in PTO to go and protest, which is insane. Imagine telling your job, I'm going to go protest today about nothing. This is crazy. We need to come together or we need another fucking war. Because if we have another war, then we'll probably actually come together as Americans. That's what usually actually happens.
YB and IM are speaking real truth. But at the same time, I think we can all agree.
Wait, hold on. You said what?
I said
you're going to disregard everything I just said?
No, I actually acknowledge you and IM were both speaking real truth. I was
just use however.
I was validating.
I was saying however. I like however better than but.
I apologize. However, I will also say that while I can respect and appreciate where you're coming from. I'm not trying to disregard or hate what you're saying. I actually was acknowledging that what you're saying is correct. We want to find a common ground. The majority of us are living in that middle class, looking for ways to find support for those of us that are trying to do it right. We're trying to pay our taxes. We're trying to live the best life we've been given and not be penalized because we're not in the lowest class and we're not in the upper 10%. I concur. But at the same time, when you have politicians in place who are looking to try to take out a lot of contract positions that are completely ridiculous. There are people being paid so much of our tax dollars for doing very little to nothing because they've had it for 10 years or 15 years. There may be good people that were doing the right things that were also cut. That's going to be part of the problem. But there were also many
Crystal,
people
let
that
me
were
ask
cut.
you one quick question on that. Because
Oh my damn.
You can't ask her nothing. Her mouth is full of sperm. You can't ask her nothing. I am, but you could try.
If I may interject,
Hold on. She was being nice. Crystal was being nice.
I've not attacked you one time personally. You've come for me personally multiple times, and I have not come for you.
You're being very aggressive.
Right out of control. Let Crystal land.
You're being aggressive.
I am can go. Go ahead, Crystal.
We've had history. Stop playing.
Hold on, Chad. Hold on. Okay, go ahead.
I'm just saying there are going to be mistakes made. I can appreciate that, and I can understand that. There are going to be people taken out of positions that they might have rightfully needed to be in, but he's trying to cut the fat because he sees where there's so many positions in government that were contract positions that were put into place years ago that were not, there was no oversight. There was no understanding of what was adding value and what was actually taking from the teat of our taxpayers. There are people that were cut from and put under a microscope when it came to the welfare system that I hope we can all agree were abusing the system and verbally acknowledging they found the loopholes and were abusing the system. That system was put into place to actually help people get back on their feet and to get back into the tax-paying position. There are people that were generationally taught how to abuse that system. That is not acceptable. We need to learn and love and appreciate the majority of our entire community, whether it's black, white, or otherwise. This is not a race war. And try to help build and grow and invest in the people that understand that you have to pay in and you have to use those tax dollars in a responsible manner that helps to grow our community. If there are people abusing it, I don't think it's irresponsible to try to cut the fat.
Okay,
I just want to respond to you.
Yeah, go ahead. You're next. Go ahead.
I don't see how we win by taking money or eliminating programs from already poor people. I get what you're saying. Oh, it's fraud. They learned how to abuse it for the. If you are abusing I don't know, let's be hypothetical, 200, maybe, let's say $2,000 apartment with a Section 8 voucher for your kids, it's not that deep. It really is not. Compared to all other forms of unnecessary fraud. You got billionaires. You have more than enough. I'm not going to clip people that are on the fringe of survival and then say, oh, that's where all the tax dollars are going. That's insane. People do need help.
So were you talking about the billionaires that employ people?
Can I finish?
Were you talking about the billionaires that actually employ people?
Context.
No, I get the context. It just doesn't make any sense.
Okay, the context I'm trying to run with on the narrative is we all have disagreements about where tax dollars go. The point I'm trying to make about this is, as a business owner, 9 times out of 10, your key goal is to restructure. It's not to lay off people, cut people from funds. Maybe that person actually needed that job. Maybe that position was actually created. You restructure. You don't cut programs where you can see people literally, especially the poor people in the streets. That is insane to me. You don't cut healthcare, disability for the most vulnerable population of people in your country. Now, do you give them a leg up and you say, okay, you know what? You're on this program. There's a deadline. I'm okay with that. There's a deadline. We helped you. Great. Hopefully you got on your feet. I'm okay with that. But you don't cut funding. You don't fire people. You don't eliminate entire programs, especially youth programs. How can you cut Job Corps? Job Corps? These are teenagers.
What if it's a waste of money?
Insane. It's a teenage. I don't care if it's the Boys and Girls Club, a nonprofit organization. It's helping children.
Well, that's making
so I
wait. And I'll land with
so
this.
I am.
I'm landing with
no, but here's the problem, though.
I'm landing with this.
Okay, cool.
I think that the point I'm trying to make is you don't cut dollars from the most vulnerable people, children, elderly, poverty-stricken people. Thanks.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, so here's the problem with your frame of thinking, right? And what's so crazy is, and I want to reference it again, if you look at my PTR, this Ethernet switch setup in my house makes more sense than what you actually just said. And it's actually difficult to set up at times. But with that being said, you really think the left care? Like, you think that, like, when you see the Democrats and then you see the Republicans, right? You see the Democrats are like, oh yes, we'll give you all these things so you can just shut up, right? But then you say the Republicans are just taking all these things away. But meanwhile, you don't realize both of them never really gave a fuck, right? Let me give you a prime example, right? I was in college with Matt, right? I was in college with Annie and Pepe and Crystal and Alan. We all had different political views, but we all ended up in the same exact place called the house. And once in a while, we all get together and disagree and filibuster, and then we have lunch and might golf later on. That's just what it is. It's a bunch of friends that went to college disagreeing with one another, right? And guess who gets affected? Us.
That's a disadvantage.
And listen, hold on. No, it's just what it is, Chaya. That's just what it is, right? It's the same way that people complain about these people in the House and they keep all their positions for years on end because none of y'all want to run against them. That's why. That's the problem. Wait, why are you interrupting me? You're being very aggressive.
No,
you're being very aggressive. No, you're being very aggressive.
No, I just thought you were done.
No, I wasn't. Listen, I paused. I don't have run-on sentences, right?
I'm curious about the way the world paints itself into our eyes. A little glass sphere helps turn that into a photograph. But tonight I'm chasing an eye made of light on the skyline. Every capture is a new. I've always been curious about the way the world paints itself into our eyes. A little glass sphere helps turn that into a photograph. Tonight I'm chasing.
Yeah, actually, I did lose my train of thought. But what you have to realize, China, is dismantling the system or complaining isn't going to make it better, right? This whole idea of what Crystal was saying, Crystal, I kind of agree with some of the things you said, but when you inserted like the word white and black in there, it kind of separates us all as like Americans. But it was beautiful just in the future, just say we're all Americans so we can all be inclusive, right? Because then that's how we all work together. China, I know. You want to put the label in there. It makes you feel better, but it doesn't help. Actually, it only makes the situation worse.
Put a period somewhere so I can interject. Shit.
Can you spell interject?
Well, no, I want to speak too. Period. Can you spell period? Thank you. So the idea that we're all, a rainbow of people in Congress, and we all go to golf afterwards. No, there's one nigga and a sea of white people.
Wait, don't use that word. That word's racist. No, wait, hold on. No, we gotta stop. No, Matt, I can't do it. Matt, my ears bleed.
Yeah, let's refrain from racist slurs.
Yeah, let's try to keep it a little bit above board.
Just because you are the only black person in Congress, but you belong to a group of people, y'all go golfing, that you have a say that can influence the rest of the group who don't look like you is fucking asinine. That's how we are. That's why we stay where we are, is because the people who look like us in Congress don't have a voice, but they're okay being in Congress, pretend like they have a voice, and the people who voted them in office are okay with you being in there because you mix up the color.
They have a voice. The Black Caucus is bigger than the White Caucus.
In China, you're where you're at because of the choices you made.
You're muting me every single time I come off mic. You muting me every time I come off mic, even though I have the fucking mic, and that's not fair. Because I don't. I wait for people to finish.
No, it's me muting you, Shia. I'm just trying to keep you in check.
Why?
It's a stage mute.
Speak.
It's a stage mute. It's for everybody, not to see you. He's just trolling you a little bit. All right, YB, are you done? I think that's you. Are you done with your submission or no?
Oh no, I wasn't really done. I was trying to get try to understand something. This is the last thing I'm gonna say, right? Here's what you gotta hopefully you get this one day when you look into it, but wealthy black people don't care about poor black people. Wealthy white people don't really care about poor white people the way you think they do. Of all races, it's just what it is. There's a beautiful word, right? I'm sure you've heard of this if you were in elementary school, middle school, high school, right? Even college. Class. That's what it is. That's how everybody is separated in this world. It's by class. Okay? You're not going to get you're not going to get people China. You're not going to get people of the black community or the Black Caucus. You're not going to get them to hold a bunch of positions and do things strictly for black people. It's not going to happen.
Sick of this.
Yeah, I'm sick of you too.
I'm just sick of this. And that's the part. And that's the problem right there. I'm sick of this.
No, that's not the problem.
No, the problem is
white people are trying to get rid of that and y'all want to bring it back.
I'm sick of this.
White people are trying to get rid of it and y'all want to bring it back.
All day
this is crazy.
The next person next to me is a human being and they have the same wants and needs.
Don't say that. They don't get to have their wants just because they want it.
I'm so sick of this.
I would like to respond.
No, it's Alan's turn. He's been waiting patiently.
He's to be muted, but even when the dialogue is directed.
Alan's turn. Alan, you're on mute. He's on mute.
It's fine.
Yeah, sorry.
You can just talk, Alan.
Yeah, so, we're all sick of this. And here's the thing. I mean, there's always that appeal to empathy. You can't just cut people off. You can't do that to poor people. Well, see, the thing is that back in the 60s, everybody was sold a bill of goods. We can solve poverty in America. We can solve racism in America. We have all these social ills. We have all these financial ills. We have all these class ills. And yes, we're dawning on a new age. We can fix these problems. It's now 2026. I listen to black people. Black people say there's still racism. It's more subtle.
If we gonna do this for shit, I got to go.
Okay, good. Then go if it's bothering you. But you're listening to reality here. They're still complaining. We were told these problems would be solved. And according to the people who are most affected by it, racism isn't solved. It's gotten worse. Poverty isn't solved. It's gotten worse. So maybe we can examine what we tried and say, well, gee, if it didn't work, let's stop spending money on those programs. Maybe there's another way to do it that doesn't come from the Democrats. How about that as a rational response? Now, do we cut people off blindly? No, but things are going to change. And guess what? The big government teat is done with. And now people are saying, and I don't think that's an unreasonable thing to say, but as soon as you say it, well, that's just racist. It's going to disproportionately affect black people, even though in the same argument you'll hear, well, this, more white people benefit from the poverty programs and from DEI and everything else. But you talk about cutting them, and it's racist. That's racist. That's racist. And as white people, we're all supposed to peel back and stop sipping from our mint juleps and say, oh my God, we can't be called a racist. That's the worst thing in the world. And then that's supposed to immobilize us and not do anything. Well, it's not happening anymore. Those triggers to make white people fall into line aren't working anymore, except with rich liberal white women and the white people who get paid in these nationwide protests. And that's where we're at. And Trump is doing that. All of the USAID programs, they got cut. Because you know what?
I didn't know Trump had time to do all that. Trump ain't got time to do that.
Yeah, I know.
They got time to do that.
You pull the Band-Aid
They got time to monitor who is getting hired and fired. Bro, this ain't no business. This is politics. You got dinner.
Yeah, that's right.
You got all kind of stuff. I have never seen the CEO
and I wasn't
of any company go down a roster,
but
about this position.
Yeah,
we don't need three people.
How many lower income white people have been abusing the system that are also getting affected by this?
Well, like the two black
we're only wasting $20 on that. Bob's job. I got time.
Race shouldn't even come into play.
Well, I'm not here to appease the black woman's tired. We're tired of black women jumping up on the stage at Bernie Sanders' political speech and co-opting his.
Honey, Bernie Sanders he is dead.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Shut your fucking mouth.
80 years old.
That's what they need to do.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
What? He's what? He didn't run.
Yeah.
I don't even know why this is a race issue when we are talking about a class issue being the bigger and the greater effect and impact.
I am. I told you to shut your mouth. Now you're down in the section.
Yeah, Crystal, it is. You know what? It is.
And why we brought it up, and I want to respond to it. Class is a thing, and I don't
finish, Monty.
Hold on, Alec. Can you just wrap it up? Come on.
Yeah. It is a class issue. The difference is white people disparage lower class whites, and and they're not trying to appease them. Okay, black people, they're terrified of the lower class blacks. They're terrified they might be called white. So you see them constantly, I can't be called a sellout. I can't be called any word that's associated with white. And it immobilizes the entire class and that entire group. I mean, how many black rooms have you been in where there's a black conservative speaking and he's called, a raccoon? He's called a sellout.
What that means. It's hilarious.
Yeah, I know
what
exactly what it means.
You don't.
Shia,
The
you know
way
what
you
it
just
is?
explained
Shia,
it,
you know
the
what
way
it
you
is?
just explained it is hilarious to us.
Yeah, it is
No,
hilarious.
it's not what we're
Because,
saying.
Shia, here's the
It's
thing.
not what we're saying. We
Here's
make
the
the
thing.
comments to each other.
Okay, you interjected, now you stop talking. Because here's the thing. When I grew up, that word, they didn't use the N-word. They used that word. It means the same thing. And guess what? It's the white man's word. Both of those are white man's words. And every time a black person uses those words, a racist KKK member gets his wings in heaven. Okay? And they're all laughing at you. So yeah, use the white man's word and say, oh, we own it. You don't own it. White people invented it, they own it, and you're using it like you just used it tonight, and everybody thinks you're a fool for using it. The rest of the world, you know, who was it? I'll end with this. Charleston White made a good point. The rest of the world sees black people in rap music saying the N-word all the time. They know what it means, and they think they are fools. You're doing this to yourself. Don't blame white people, and you've done it to yourselves. And now the money's getting cut off. Too bad. Boom.
All right, he landed. He
Yeah,
landed.
okay, hold on one second.
No, he landed. YB, I want to respond.
No, China.
No, I want to respond to what you said.
No, China. That was no. That was a comma.
Respond
and
what?
I think that was a semicolon that Alan had. That was to me. That was a semicolon. Because what I'm going to say is actually going to tie into what Alan was actually saying.
He already spoke, and I wanted to respond to what he said. Give me the second. YB, you were talking about classism, and I don't disagree with you about classism at all. What I disagree with you is that Black people in upper classes don't see race because they are subjected to racism too. Maybe not as directly and as often as people in lower classes, but they still understand that the odds are still stacked against them, and they still have to use precaution because your money doesn't speak louder than your skin color when you're out in public, in a grocery line, at a traffic stop, in court. Your money doesn't speak for you like that. So racism still exists.
Get over it.
Every level of class, it just affects them in a different way than it does, poor Black people. The idea that we are still, and I'm not rich. I don't think any of us on stage right now are absolutely rich, but we are trying to speak for the middle class, as broad as that is, and we have, in the way we speak, little respect for poor people as opposed to what I am is talking about, because I am keeps them in focus in a way that the rest of us are trying to justify, preserve our middle class status. It doesn't negate that all of us classes understand what racism is and how we use it or are abused by it, despite our economic status. That can't be denied.
Speak for yourself, China, because some of us on stage are actually rich. Some of us have sacrificed. Hold on a minute. Hold on. Holy shit, you will speak for 7 hours.
Who keeps in perspective that racism, for example, racism in the healthcare industry. I don't care how much money you make. I don't care if you're Oprah Winfrey, you will never get health care that puts your body, your biology, your genes, your DNA as priority. You will never find that in a system. You can't buy your way into getting that information. You cannot buy your way into getting health care that is customized to you as a Black person, regardless of how much money you make. So we can't, just because of classes, we can't leave out of focus how detrimental and
why don't you guys build your own hospitals?
About that's how much money you fucking make and what class you're in.
I think
build your own
hospital. So China, here's the thing though, right? With everything that you just said, I'm not gonna deny that some of it isn't true, right? But you do read a lot and watch the news, so that's where a lot of your details are coming from. But here's the thing. if it's so bad as you say it is, right? Why do black people live in wealthy white neighborhoods?
God damn it! Are you?
No. I'm just curious. So, Chai, question: Do you live in like a predominantly just what type of neighborhood did you grow up in? Living like as a child? Was it more
clearly grew up in a white neighborhood? I can tell you.
Yeah, I already took the stage. YB, you probably weren't in here.
I can tell. She never actually lived in a predominantly black city.
I mean,
okay.
But let Joe tell it. Let Joe.
So Chai, basically all your neighbors, most of your neighbors. So Chai, most of your neighbors were white, right?
Mute me while I try to answer the question.
No, I'm trying to ask a question. Most of your neighbors were white, correct?
But I know the dynamics of this room. Joe's going to interrupt. Chris is going to interrupt. And Beaver's going to mute me.
All right, just move forward. I'm talking to you, okay? It's me. You grew up mostly around white people, right?
I had a
It's a yes or no question.
Go to hell, Beaver. They're muting me. I'm not doing that to you on purpose. I'm trying to respect your question.
Don't claim
I did not grow up in a predominantly white neighborhood. I grew up in a very mixed and oftentimes very black neighborhood. I've been in mostly white schools, which is different than growing up in white neighborhoods.
Okay. All right. Well, I was in mostly white schools, but all my neighbors are like white. Majority of them, like probably 99.9%. So that's a little bit different, but
appreciate that perspective. Typically, it's not respected, but I respect it.
Yeah, I know it's not respected because it goes against the status quo of what everybody else thinks.
I know it.
Yeah, well.
So
I'm sorry.
One.
I got that, but usually I'm kind of sorry for those people at times, realistically, because I couldn't imagine 50 years from now having this same exact conversation when you could have actually changed it, right? But when was the last time that you were stopped by a cop and you were yanked out of your car?
I'm sick of this.
I've been thinking 2000. You asking me who I am or YB or I am? Are you asking me YB?
Yeah.
Okay, so 2012, in Georgia,
in the South, yeah, that doesn't count. Were you in a small town?
No, I was in Atlanta.
In Atlanta?
Yeah.
Okay, what did they say you did? What did they say you did?
He said that I went through this traffic cop, right? The light was out. And I went through the intersection after having eye contact with him and him waving me through the intersection. He stopped me in the middle of the intersection as if he didn't wave me through. And that exchange was very violent because he was trying to direct traffic and then scold me at the same time. And that didn't work out for him. And his anger was directed at me. So there was a big altercation. I felt that my life was in danger. I was crying. I was 3 blocks away from my home, coming from a commute from work, like the rest of us were. So that was my altercation I left the area shortly after that, but it was a scary moment for me. I didn't do anything wrong. He just, got confused because he was overwhelmed with what he was doing. And I got caught in his crosshairs. So I was the victim. And so that was my interaction. I don't think it was racially motivated. I think it was incompetency motivated on his part. And I was just the way he escaped his own fallacy. If that answers your question.
Yeah, it actually does. Yeah, I've never had any of those situations. Yeah, but you know how based on context, right? You know how confusing that situation could actually be with the way you described it, because it wasn't racially motivated. So I was trying to basically ask you a question based on actually a racial situation. But you haven't had one, right?
When I was 20 years old, I was going to work and I stopped at So I'm going, work is just your typical routine, so you're used to the shit. There was a light on my way to work that just was not necessary. It just wasn't fucking necessary. But every now and then when you stop at it, or stop at the stop sign, you just kind of, you dip your hood and keep on going. Well, that cop saw me just dip my hood one day and keep on going, and he said that stopping really meant 3 seconds, and I just never read that shit. But he was a white cop and I'm a black person. I thought that was a racist thing. Because I was 20, I couldn't pay for the ticket, so they ended up being fucking warned. It was horrible. That whole experience, it set the stage for my whole adulthood, that particular scenario. And I'm just like, if I was a white person, he probably would have let me go. But because I'm black and I'm tilting my hood to that stupid ass stop sign, I thought that was racist. That was my other.
Yeah. So okay, no, I got that. So because that was racist, when did you report it to the police department?
I'm wrong. That wasn't my only other.
But I know that. But we're speaking on that one. When did you report it?
No, but I want to.
When did you report when did you said it was a racist situation? When did you report the officer?
YB, I want to answer you with my other real scenario.
No. You gave me two. No, I know that, but Chai, listen. You can't pick and choose. You can't pick and choose when I literally just say, when did you report it to the police?
But YB, I heard you. I didn't. To answer your question, but I want to give you a third scenario.
Okay, so the second one wasn't racist either. Okay, next one.
So the third one I will give you. I was trying to visit my daughter one day, and I'm making a right-hand turn. And if you guys know a right-hand turn, sometimes the right-hand turn is a dedicated right-hand turn. But the dedicated right-hand turn, which is separated by an island, the dedicated right-hand turn also sometimes has a yield sign, which means after you make the turn, you don't have your dedicated lane. You know what I'm talking about. You still have to yield, to oncoming traffic. I'm in that lane. I'm in that lane where the yield sign is still there, even though I have a dedicated turning lane, right turning lane. So as I get to that, I approach that intersection, I have to yield because cars are coming. So I stop. The car behind me slams into the back of me. I don't know what kind of car it is. My phone got ejected away from me. All kind of shit was happening in my car. So I thought my car was indented in the back, or I had whiplash and I didn't know it. So I meandered, to a park and called 911. The fire department was across the street from this incident, so they showed up first. And when they showed up, they was like, "What's the incident?" Because my car wasn't damaged and like it was damaged. I didn't seem like I was bloody or nothing. The car probably wasn't bloody or nothing. So the police department was looking at me like, "What the hell was the incident?" When the police showed up, the police didn't come. I'm the one who called, and I'm still on the phone with 911. The police comes, white guys. The police come up, and they don't come to me first. They go to the car behind me. And I don't know why they did that. The car that hit me. They go to him first. And then when they come to me, they say that I need to file a police report before I say anything. And I need to go down to the courthouse. I need to be arrested in order for me to give any kind of statement, because any kind of statement is going to be used against me. And I had never said I never told them what happened. I never told them my version. I was never given an opportunity to tell my version. They just said, "You are not going to capitalize on the guy behind you who apparently has a luxury car for hitting you. You're not going to make a big deal about it. You're going to have to file a police report, go to jail first before we even
for a collision.
Before we even take your statement."
For a collision.
Hold up, it's getting better. Hold on.
He hit the back of the car. And so I never had an opportunity to tell these police officers why I was concerned the whiplash idea, the idea that he hit the back of my car. I had no opportunity to tell them a thing about the incident. They just started berating me about you need to. We're gonna have to arrest you so you can create a police report. And I'm like, I'm overwhelmed at this point because I don't understand why you went to him first to get his side of the story and then berate me, the one who's got 911 on the phone right now because I'm the one who reported the incident. I left that scene knowing that that scene technically never happened. That incident never happened because I was never able to give a statement to the police. They were willing to escalate in order for me to ever give a statement. I gave not Nan statement. They wouldn't let me give a statement. And with that being said, again, I left the area because that was the biggest thing besides the traffic man. Not the earlier one, which was the stop sign, but the traffic man that said, I don't have a voice in this. And I don't want to be around an environment where I don't have a voice. And I think, the bigger story is that forcing yourself into a community that doesn't want you, there's consequences there. And we don't need to force ourselves into a community that is loud in saying we don't want you in our community because the world is big and we have the opportunity to build and be our own community. That's why I'm a separatist. If I'm in your environment, I deserve what I get. If you don't want me there, I deserve what I get. If you're in my environment and you get what we serve you, you deserve what you get. And so I deserve what I got. It's unfair and things should change if we consider ourselves a melting pot, but we're not there. We're not there yet. I don't think we'll ever get there yet. So I will remain a victim.
So, Chad, here's my question to you. When did you report that? So since the police were being racist, when did you report that to the police department and their superiors?
I didn't. I do not believe.
Oh, you didn't. So that wasn't racist either. So Ace, let me just say this real quick. Chad, here's the one thing that you have to realize, right? When they pulled up to you and the other situation, they went after the person first to see what they did because they hit your car, right? They hit you. Okay, that's one. Secondly, they weren't going to take you to jail after a car hit you. You would have to go down to the police station to complete a full-on report of this accident. Secondly, you didn't even reach out to your insurance company. That's the other thing. And you just left the scene. This person hit your car and then you didn't call your insurance company. And then you said that the police were going to take you to jail and arrest you to write a statement about the accident of a car that hit you.
My car wasn't damaged, so I wouldn't call the insurance company.
Do you see how that doesn't make any sense?
My car wasn't damaged, so I didn't call what I was concerned about after.
So what was the report for then?
What I was not concerned about my car because my car wasn't damaged because we already had solidified that before the police showed up.
The police never gets involved if the damage is under $1,000.
What I was concerned about was whiplash because whiplash doesn't show up until later, and so I wanted a paper trail just in case my whiplash showed up later because it was a real impact. It didn't damage my car or his car, so insurance wasn't a part of it. The intimidation that they showed me, the intimidation that not only he showed me, but the traffic cop showed me, was a deterrent for me. I know I have rights.
Just an FYI, you go to that. Sorry, I'm aware.
I know I could have pursued something or followed what they were trying to intimidate me about, but the intimidation was real for me, and I just was like, I don't care anymore. And I gave up, like a lot of us do. And I should not have been put in that situation. I should not be intimidated or harassed into compliance or submission, but that's what is what happened.
Hold on. If the damage is $1,000, hold on guys. If the damage is under $1,000, you never even go to the police station. They won't even take a report. Second of all, if it's whiplash or any type of physical harm, you're supposed to always get the other person's insurance. The police has nothing to do with this.
But I got that.
Sorry,
I already got that part though, Ace. I got that part. This had nothing to do with.
But you don't need a police report.
This is not.
And what were they threatening to arrest you with?
I appreciate that, but a police report would help.
What were they? No, hold on. What were they? What were they threatening to arrest you with in order for you to be able to write a report?
Yeah, they did not tell me.
And you never complained? They have body cams, etc.
Yeah.
Also, too, Chad, you said there was an original when we were speaking about this third situation. You said there was an indent on your car, and then you said that there was no damage on your car.
There was a what on my car?
You said indent.
No, I didn't say indent. No, there was no.
You did say indent.
No, I said my phone.
Did you not say indent?
I said my phone, and my phone flew out of my car. I didn't say indent. My car had no damage. His car didn't have any damage. I was more concerned when that was satisfied. I was more concerned first about whiplash, because whiplash shows up later. Because the adrenaline masked the whiplash. I was concerned about that because the phone fell out my hand in a way. And I was less concerned about my car because, again, I did have car insurance, and I thought I had recourses there if there was damage, but there was no damage.
Did your airbags deflate by any chance from the impact?
No, it didn't. No, I didn't know what to expect. I've never been hit like that hard in the back of my car, and I don't know anybody who had whiplash. I was just being precautious.
I don't understand. This is egregious actions by the police. You never complained. Hold on. You never complained for what these cops, did to you. You never even thought to do anything about it, because that sounds pretty egregious.
I absolutely agree. But I just didn't feel. I felt so helpless and so bullied. And then the idea of the energy to put into fighting it, for me, I decided eventually, because it took a day. It took a day for me to decide the energy I'm going to put into fighting this is just more than what I can handle at that time. But I did consider it.
Yeah, but Chad, here's the thing though, and you can Google this as well. The police will file a report at the scene if the damage is bad enough to where it's over $1,000. Since your car didn't even reach that level at all, you would just have to drive yourself to the police station. Now, because your car's, airbags didn't deploy, it's still drivable. So you should have gone to the police station to report, possible whiplash in a year or something. Right?
Look at the scenario. Here's a scenario.
But you didn't do that either.
But here's a scenario.
Listen.
Go ahead.
You provided 3 different scenarios. In all 3, you never reported racism to the police department. You didn't even report the accident that you were in that had no damage to your car. Now, you see, if you were to say that story in another room, this idea of whatever you're saying that you find to be racist is a fallacy. And that's the problem. That is the problem that I see here. Right? I didn't judge your stories by saying, hey, is it racist or not, or I don't believe you. I let you say your story. And I didn't find anything racist out of any of them.
I appreciate your perspective. And I appreciate your perspective. And the last 2, the traffic cop, and not the first one, because the first one was 20 years old, that, stop sign, that's a different story. The other 2.
Well, yeah, John, how long did it take for you to give your ID and registration and all that to the cop?
I don't want to do this with you. I don't want to just every time you ask a question and half of my answer, you come up with another one. Let me just finish this. The idea that those 2 incidences, the traffic cop and the impact to the back of my car, those incidences, having those things happen to you as a person, and weighing the pros and cons of what you spend your energy on and what you think might be the outcome of it is why a lot of people don't claim foul on a lot of reasons, despite racism, but just unfairness that we experience as people in general every day. We weigh the value in it, the energy that we need to put into it versus just ignoring it. We do that every day. That
was clear misconduct. Listen,
it even includes people who experience racism. We eventually weigh the pros and cons. I can go to the police station, because I was on my way to my daughter's house because there was a birthday, my grandchildren's birthday event happening at that time. I'm weighing the pros and cons. I can go to the police station in a predominantly white neighborhood and ask them to believe me over their white cops and try to figure out what that dynamic looks like, because there's really no.
Wait, they have dash cams, they have body cams in this day and age. Child, listen, you're making excuses for not.
Crystal, you've been waiting to speak. Why don't you speak?
To the police station instead of my friend.
Check Telegram.
To fight that battle is what I weighed. And many people do that, despite racism, just injustice in period. They weigh those things just like I did. And what I decided to do was continue on with my life, because this isn't big enough for me to cause a chaos. I don't have whiplash. That showed up, months later that I didn't have whiplash. And my car was not immediately impacted. So the energy that I was spending that was less important than what I was trying to accomplish that day. Although I appreciate that, where racism exists or injustice exists, you should stand up for it. But, in real life, you have to weigh the pros and cons. Is it worth it? Is it worth me spending the money for it? And oftentimes it's not, which is why oftentimes the system wins.
Okay. Ace, do you want to respond?
Okay, so this is what I'm understanding. I'm not sure how you were able to come to the conclusion it was racism first and not misconduct first. Because what would the cops arrest you with? That doesn't make any sense at all. It doesn't cost a penny to go file a complaint to the police station. And also on top of that, this is a thing I also don't understand. In this day and age, it's not your word against anyone else's. There's body cams, there's dash cams. There's so much at hand. And I believe when you felt like it was racism, the part that I think you were trying to get at is the person behind you was served first. And I guess they were Caucasian, I'm assuming, and then you were served second. Because if you say that, that's not enough of a claim to say this is, a racist. What happened was racism. What you could say, from what your story is saying, this was a gross misconduct. And the way in which what they said to you and, all of that was gross misconduct. It was just horrific. That's something you can definitely say first and foremost. Was it racism? I don't know. But how are you letting this slip by? This is a problem. Then you're just emboldening them to continue to do this shit because no one's going to say anything. We have a responsibility as well to speak for ourselves and not just say, it will cost you money. There's nothing that would cost you anything. That's the only issue I'm just having here. And yes, there is no filing a claim if it's under $1,000. I again don't understand why they would even talk about you coming to the police station. But I'm glad you're.
Ran through all of those things when he was talking to me, when those two white police officers were talking to me after they got the story from the rich white guy behind me, because the car behind me was a very expensive car. And they said to me, you're not going to capitalize on that expensive car, is what they said to me. And they said they're not going to take a report from me here. You got to go down to the police station. We have to arrest you to get a report. I don't know. I'm not in the position in that moment to be like, if I did speak up for myself, I'd probably be shot and killed. And then after I'm shot and killed, you will come off mic and say, well, she should just do whatever
No,
they
I'm
said.
saying at the police station after the fact.
And that's not realistic because that's a contradiction. Because you talk,
I'm saying at the police station.
You talk big and bad when no bloodshed has been found in that, and I have rights. But once I'm good and dead for standing up for my rights, all of a sudden I needed to comply. I needed to shut up.
I'm talking about after the fact at the police station filing a complaint of this misconduct.
And so you got the police station who's never, and so what you're suggesting, Ace, is that every police officer has a dash cam on them, and they don't. They do not. And on top of that, dash cams have been hidden from the public, have been altered. The blue suit, the blue pledge, whatever you call that, the blue pledge is a real thing. They cover each other's fucking asses, and you know that. You know that. So my decision, my choice is go from where they come from, which is the police station around the corner from where the incident happened, from where they come from, where they're born, where they're raised, where they're trained. Go to that police station and then file a complaint against them and then expect something to come out in my favor. That's not a reality.
I know what you're saying. Local representatives, right? So you could, whether city, state,
or Ace, I can go a mile away from the police station and cut the cake with my grandchildren. Cut the cake. Enjoy the day. Enjoy the rest of my day. Enjoy the rest of my fucking life, as opposed to being entangled in this the blue flag against my black ass.
So, were you rude to the officers when they first got on the scene?
You weigh the pros and cons. You weigh the pros and cons, and you weigh
listen to this lady.
Whether or not you're in a racist scenario or just an unfair scenario. You weigh the pros and cons. Is it worth it? Is it worth the fight? Oftentimes, when you meet an unjust system, you don't have the money because you need a retainer for lawyers. Like that's $5,000, and not many people have the money to put up for a lawyer to fight for their rights. So they decide the pros and cons. Which is better or worse? Can I just ignore the situation, or can I fight it? If you got money, you can fight it. If you ain't got money, you're just like, is this worth it? Is it worth the time? You have to ask yourself that question. And oftentimes, we dismiss it, and our rights are ignored because we don't have the time or the money or the resources to fight for our rights. That's a bigger problem than just racism.
Okay. I don't know. I just think if racism is still as bad as all that, and we spent, I did the calculations, we spent $11 trillion. That's just one portion of the war on poverty, the war on all of these social programs that were spent. If it's still not solved, why do we keep spending money? I mean, when I entered the room, we were talking about politics and political and policies that the parties have and programs getting cut. If you're trying to fix a problem, if what you're doing isn't working and that particular thing costs money, you stop spending money on it. Now, conversely, if you argue, well, yes, we have solved racism, good, then we don't need to spend the money. I mean, there's other things we can spend money on, or we can stop spending the money considering we got a whole bunch of debt. I mean, all of these arguments come down to money. And right now we have a political party, namely the Democrats, who have promised various protected minority groups a hell of a lot of money. And it's very clear. Vote for us, you get money. These policies will stay in place. Don't vote for us. Vote for the other guys. You're going to lose your money. So you better vote for us. They're being bought off. That's all. And guess who's paying it for it? Not the people who are getting the money. Everybody else.
Alan, do you think?
How about we find a way so everybody's contributing, and there's only a small portion of people who have to live off of social programs? Wouldn't that be better? Ideally, seems to me. But I don't know. Do I have the solutions? No. I know it isn't what we've been doing. And that's precisely what's been going on the last 20 years, is people arguing over the fact that, well, we want to keep spending the money, and the other party doesn't. Am I seeing things incorrectly? Argue the money part of it. Follow the dollars. Okay, because I can be nice to you. I can say, oh, here, let me help you across the street. You're having trouble. You don't walk well.
You don't want to do that,
be
Alan.
a good neighbor. The
You
moment
don't want to follow the money.
Yeah.
You don't want to do it.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, well, I don't know why you say don't. I do.
You don't. So how
Why
much money
not?
do we
And
spend
make
on the
it quick.
military-industrial complex? How much do we spend on the military-industrial complex and war?
I don't care. The military keeps
Exactly.
us.
You don't care.
I don't care. The military keeps us.
Just
Yeah,
made my point.
because the military provides a service that we all understand.
Yeah, you don't want to have a conversation.
No, because the military, okay, we give the military money, they pay soldiers, they build bombs, they build aircraft, and those things blow shit up. It's a very simple equation. Now, if we see the military and they're paying money and it doesn't blow shit up,
it's not going to the people that invest the money. It's a grift. And you're just ignoring it.
Yeah. All right. Well, maybe it is a grift, but that pointing to that other grift still doesn't.
But Alex, hold on for a second. I need to talk about guys. Can I talk about the social welfare issue with the money? So you make it seem like these social welfare programs are made to only benefit, I guess, minority groups. That's not true at all. And if you want to talk about following the money, hold on. I'll put the stats in the chat in a second. It's actually the blue states that pay the most amount of. Let me finish, please. It's the blue states that pay the most amount of federal taxes, and they pay for the red states social programs. And the red states, I don't. But you made it seem like it's a minority thing.
But it is. Where do most black people live?
Yeah,
in red state.
And
hold on for a second.
Yeah.
What do you mean red states? Black people live in red states?
Mostly, yes.
Yes. And you know what? That whole the welfare goes.
But we talking about Democrats trying to buy votes from minorities, but it's not Democrats who are.
Yeah, and you know that whole the welfare goes to mostly white mothers. Yeah, when you look at the children of those white mothers, it's mixed race. It's still black people. Okay? And yeah, I'm sorry, Lawang. You want to address the corruption in the military complex? Great. We can do that. That's not the subject.
But wait, hold
of
on.
this
If those
conversation.
white women had white children, it's fine because they have mixed children.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
That's Alan.
I don't care. Okay? Whether it's white women, yeah, but and here's the other thing, Ace. Who's screaming the loudest that it's racism? Is it white mothers? Is it white people?
Are white people experiencing racism? Are they experiencing racism?
Again, you know what? I'm not disagreeing with your statistics, not at all.
my $11 trillion quote there is based on the fact that a larger portion of that money since the 60s has gone to white people. I said, so the war on racism and the war and all of these programs to solve poverty. There's still poor people. They're still on welfare. You know, one of the things I think it was Clinton who put the time limit on it. That was the end of the world. You know, oh my God, I can't have generational welfare. You know, I mean, look, the point is, okay, according to the left, things are worse than they were. And what's their solution? Throw more money at it. We need more money. The reason why it didn't work is because we didn't have enough money. I think we've given it enough money. Okay, and being in California, we can see the effect of throwing more money at things. $25 billion to solve homelessness, and it's gotten worse. You know, from Gavin Newsom, who said a person who can't solve homeless, you know, when he was running, he said, if we can't solve homelessness, you know, that person doesn't deserve to be governor. Yeah,
but Alan, I wanna push back on you. I'm from LA. I'm born and raised in LA, and I understand the homelessness problem. And if I was homeless, I'd be in LA too because of the weather. But we have to acknowledge that a lot of those homeless people, especially, you know, some of those who have mental health issues, have tried to go the right way and get help from the system that suggests that it offers help. And the way the system works is they want you to be homeless before they will even consider you to be eligible for help. And once you're homeless, you can't communicate with the system to continue to apply for help, and that puts those homeless people in a conundrum that we don't ever talk about. The system creates homelessness by denying or delaying benefits for people who, you know, are trying to do it the right way, to the point where they have no choice but to be on the streets. And you know we can't ignore that. What we're suggesting, though, is that homelessness is just because, you know, you failed at life or you're a drug addict. And oftentimes that's not true. It's the system that creates homelessness by delaying the process so much so that you're not reachable to continue the delayed process to benefits.
I get all of that. And you know what? That's just another reason. That's just another bullet point in my argument. They're supposed to be, this is Democrats saying we need money to solve this problem. They get the money. I mean, I forget how much in debt California is in. They get the money and the problem doesn't get solved. You know, if you've got a leak in your house and I'm a plumber and I come in to fix your leak in your house or your apartment and I charge you $300 and it's still leaking water, are you going to say, and the plumber, and you say, well, it's still leaking, and the plumber says, well, I need another $400 to fix it, and then you give them the $400 and it's still leaking. How long are you going to keep giving that plumber money before you say you're fired to that plumber? Because that's the situation we're in now. We keep giving money to politicians to fix social programs because the Democrats have a fundamental desire or belief that the government can fix social problems, and it can't. It hasn't. It's failed. It's done to the tune of whatever the $25 trillion, I think, is the amount we've spent on social programs. It's not fixed. So maybe this idea, and specifically when it comes to racism, Chaya, okay, maybe the government, needs to get out of that business. Now, I will agree, having lived through it, that there was a time and a place in which some of the government programs did actually help to alleviate racism and the racism Black people in particular faced in this country. I would be a liar if I said it didn't do that. However, there is a time and a place for everything. And I think when you get to the fact that when polled, people said in 2008, only 5% of the voting populace said that race was an issue in the election of Barack Obama. I think an error rate of 5% is pretty good.
So, Alan, I agree with you.
What are we shooting for? What are we going to do then?
Oh, hold on. Yeah. I agree with you with what you said, and what you guys are going to find odd about what I'm about to say is, I think we've gotten to a point. Trump has gotten to a point where we understand that the legacy of racism, the reason we keep dragging that shit along, has been the detriment of America. And we can't seem to get rid of it, even though it's destroying us in the face of a different regime, a different ideology globally. We still hold on to it for unknown fucking reasons, a legacy reason only, not for any true fucking merit. Not that it had merit to begin with, but we're hanging on to it in 2026, the detriment of America.
Okay, let me.
And so with that being said, with that being said,
how is the legacy?
Because we're fighting.
The economy is good. No, because you're going to keep going. But you have to define what you're saying. How is the legacy of racism destroying America? The only thing I see destroying America is the left rioting and interfering with the lawful actions of the government right now. And interfering, creating conditions where, people riot and then businesses lose money and people lose confidence in a particular area. That's the only problem I see. Okay? The legacy of racism is destroying America. That's a blanket statement.
You just need to expand your horizon, man. Well, I mean, you can expand your horizon. So, if a people divided could never, conquer or gain anything, and we are people divided, and we are people divided on race. If we were a united America, and we work together, we would be a unified force. We're not, because we're fighting amongst ourselves. We'd be a unified force against the current powers that are rising up in our global economy.
Okay, Chai.
So I did not interrupt you, but you have, for the second time, have interrupted.
Well, you actually
my original point is being lost. But Alan, I respect your opinion enough to listen to it in totality, but you refuse. You want to, and I had questions throughout your statement, but I allowed you to finish because I know that specific points were not your points, but you had overarching points that I was more interested in, but you wouldn't even let me talk. So I'm not going to fight you. I'm not going to fight you out.
All right, it's 5 seconds, I promise. Black people are 13% of the population. You need to accommodate.
No, you don't know what you're talking about.
You are 13%. You need to accommodate the rest of us.
Just rattling.
Until you realize that, there's going to be problems. Okay. Period.
You're a boomer.
That's reality.
Lost your mind.
I am less than 1% of the population. No, my racial and ethnic group is less than 1% of the population. Get accepted. Stop fighting it. Stop being dumb. Stop thinking that white people have to accommodate you. White people do not have. See, okay. You can go on. You can continue to be ignorant and not face reality. Men face reality. You're not a man. Sit down, be the little boy, be pampered, let the white Democrat be a good house servant, be a good house slave. Do what the Democrat tells you to do. Keep fighting. Thank you.
When people are respectful and calm and polite.
Yeah, I was being respectful.
You didn't hear anything you said. Nothing you said got heard in this room.
Yeah, well, not by you. You're 13%
no
of the
one heard
population.
anything you said. I was talking to you.
Are you 13% of the population?
No one heard you.
Yes or
no?
No
one's responding to you. No one's engaging with you.
Well, you are. You
know
are.
Why? You know why?
Yeah, you are.
Because you have no values or integrity.
Yeah. Clearly, I have enough value. You have to jump off your mic. Are you 13? Black people 13% of the population? Yes or no? Yes or no? See, this is. Can you mute this dumbass? Can you move him?
Got enough strength left in your
Yeah, no, I got plenty of strength. Okay, there's got to be one more. Unless you guys want to hear this argument. Okay.
We cannot hear you.
Yeah.
We don't hear you, Alan.
Yeah, you hear me good.
We don't hear you. No, we don't. I don't hear
you. You are dumb.
I hear mumbling. I hear mail.
No, you are dumb.
Old school boomer
Guys.
I'm auto repeat.
Yeah, you don't want to hear it. You're a baby. I deal with men.
I'll let you repeat it. Go ahead. We didn't hear anything you said. Go ahead and repeat it. I'll listen.
Yeah, you're going to keep over talking me like the two dumb black women.
You did to me.
Yeah, now, are you 13% of the population? I'm less than 1% of the population. Okay, I don't have a choice. I understand that there's a majority that rules this country.
You're a loser.
What am I losing?
Loser. You have the victim. You 1%. Oh my God.
Yeah. What? How have I lost?
Choice. You're always crying and complaining.
What am I complaining about?
Social services geared towards racism.
I'm not complaining.
Yeah, you're whining. The left. It's because the left destroyed America.
Yeah.
I'm not going to let black people speak.
No, we're having a discussion about how the government should spend money.
I'm not a victim of racism.
We're having a discussion about how the government should spend money.
You don't know how to have a discussion, brother. That's not a discussion.
I have plenty of discussions.
Yeah, with yourself.
What's my what?
With yourself. One-sided conversations with yourself.
No, I don't know who else is listening in the room.
No.
But clearly you were listening enough to interject. Okay, you can keep talking. Like I said, I had a 5-second point. That's 13% of the population. All right?
The first time.
And the argument is, whose perspective on America should we accept? We've been listening to black people for a long time, haven't we? Okay? We've had the conversation. Now we're done. We heard you. We're moving on. Oh, did he leave? Anyways, Chaya, I made my point. Maybe someone else can explain what the legacy of racism is destroying this country. What exactly that means? It's a rather broad statement. By what metric are we deciding that this country is being destroyed?
What's going on? All of these people are sleeping.
all shows sell worship because of the.
Man, I put my competitors out of business, dude. I put them in bankrupt. I'm serious. I go into the neighborhood. I have two competitors.
We understand.
And before you know it, they unfortunately have to sell their home. They have 2 kids and all this stuff. Business is business.
Sell their kids. Yeah, we know how you are, but
I'm not trying to sell my business.
Right, but if she were to try to bully you to put you out of business, it's just, I mean, maybe we don't have to tell you to make sure you don't let your guard down is all.
Oh, I don't worry about that. I got on my.
Well, people worry about you. Last ministry I was at, I just wanted to say one more thing before you closed in prayer, and you sent me down just in case, which was probably wise because I still got it out. The thing I said, and I don't know if it came through, was I worry about you.
Ooh.
That was all it was.
Well, I'll tell you what, JJ. It is the case that I appreciate your concern for me. However, right, these anxieties and troubles and trials and tribulations and, all of these things, I've learned recently. This is recent. I'm 57 years old, JJ. I recently learned just to give